I have terrible news for you, Mittens. I'm wearing my contacts again tonight. Excellent. So let me just refund that real quick. Well, I guess it can... Here you go. It's bad news because... Viz redeemed a lose the glasses channel point reward. Haha! Thwarted! But yes, my contacts are good for 2 weeks, so I figured I may as well use them again. Why not, But yes, hello! Welcome back to another thrilling episode of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. Last week, yes, last week, rather recently, Windows did an update, and oh boy, everything just likes to explode whenever Windows does an update. And this form of explosion was, it changed my default microphone to my webcam mic, and not my actual microphone that I'm talking into now. So, as a result, last week's VOD, the voice quality is not as good as it should be. Yay! Hello! Subscription! Thank you, Detective. You did it, Viz. You got him. But yes, thank you, Detective. Hello. I assume you're doing your usual Saturday social things. But thank you for resubscribing for 6 whole months. My goodness. So yes, last week's VOD has less than ideal voice audio quality. Yes, sure, and I apologize for that, but it has been fixed. It has been fixed. Nope, still no. There you go. Low key? Gotcha. But yes. Also, furthermore, I attempted to look into my wild arms that it likes to do on my tracker. Apparently it is no longer, it used to be possible to calibrate the cameras on this thing, but it is no longer able, whatever. I tried to look into if there was a way to calibrate it. There is not. Short answer, there is not. I did, however, cut out the collar of an old t-shirt and clip the shirt clip onto that. So it's now, much more, like, stable where it is now. Ah, and Mittens, thank you for 9 months. That's a baby. My condolences. Thank you. But yes, it should be more solid now. More like, how you say, stable. Yes, should be more stable now, and it'll be much easier for me to remove it whenever I need to leave my desk. Yeah. I believe that's all of the housekeeping. They're horses. There used to be. Before the incident. But I think that's all for business. I think so. I'm almost positive. Yes. I mean, I guess thought occurred to me today that after we finish Dual Destinies, we'll be moving to Sneeder. And then after Sneeder, we may as well finish up this trilogy with Spirit of Justice. And then after that, I don't have too much of a plan. I suppose I could finish Dave the Diver. Yeah, that's the one. I suppose I could finish Dave the Diver. Other than that, I don't have a plan. We'll get it to recognize a thumbs up eventually. But yeah, that's that. Yes, good, wonderful. I'm going to assume that that's everything that I know. Exactly. We like to keep things fast and loose here. But either way, seeing as I only stream once a week, this is probably a pretty sizable game. Sneeder is... oh boy, I mean... the boss can finish Sneeder in a handful of streams. It'll probably take me a little bit longer because I've only played it once on my 3DS almost 6 years ago. So, you know, it'll go great because I'm a master of stealth. And then Spirit of Justice will probably be fairly sizable. So, because I only stream once a week, that'll probably keep us occupied for the next several months. So, you know, after that, maybe something else will come out that I want to play. Yeah. And I abused the hell out of the custom camo feature to always have perfect camo. It was great. But yes, this video game. This one right here. Oh, and I also want to say that while I was playing the music earlier during the standby screen, I was blessed with not one, but two Tiny Claviers playing the guitar over in the corner. 2 separate instances of Tiny Clavier. Today is a blessed day. Maybe today is the day. Maybe today is the day when Apollo's rockstar husband returns from the war. I'm gonna keep huffing that copium until it happens. But anyway. Previously on Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
It was one of my Japanese animes. It was exactly like it. Hello, Kappa. Yes. A man was murdered. A man was murdered at a place called Yokai Lane? Yokai Valley? Hang on. Nine Tails Vale. Never mind. He was murdered in Nine Tails Vale. Palals. Points at you. Points at your typo. Palals. Palals. Oh gosh. I saw your froge. Excellent work. But yes. Pa-la-la-la-la-la-la, pa-la-la-la-la. A man was murdered in Nine Tails Vale. The mayor of Nine Tails Vale. He was stabbed with a spear, and our client was the only other man in the room with him. The door was locked. There were signs of a large yokai known as Tenmataro, in the form of giant bird footprints and large black feathers. It is the opinion of the police... Boo. Boo! It is the opinion of the police that our client murdered the mayor, and tried to frame it like it was the yokai. For some reason. I don't know, I don't remember why they think he did that, but whatever. We are defending that man. Yeah, no, it took me a minute to remember where we were and what was happening. But, yes. We're defending him in court. His daughter is Trucy's friend. And the The people of Ninetails Vale are very superstitious. Hello, Arten. They believe that laying eyes upon Tenmataro will, he'll steal your soul. And if you do see Tenmataro, and you tell someone about it, then you'll, like, super lose your soul? I guess? I don't remember exactly how it's supposed to work. We'll get to that, Viz. Give me a second. I'm getting there. Oh boy, I'm getting there. So we did investigating, blah, blah, blah. Our client is... Of course our client is innocent. Why wouldn't our client be innocent? You always have to believe that the client is innocent. And, well, okay, actually we know that this client is innocent because we saw it in a cutscene, who the actual killer is. So but that's cheating. That's meta-knowledge. That's cheating. Yes. We go to court and we meet our legally designated prosecutor, our legally designated antagonist, sort of, for this video game, Mr. Simon Blackquill. Prosecutor Simon Blackquill, who is a convicted felon and is currently serving a life sentence in prison on a murder charge. And he's allowed, apparently, to just, every now and then, they just remove him from his cage and allow him to prosecute for fun? Profit? I don't, it doesn't make any sense, but fine, sure, whatever. And apparently he is also very skilled in psychologically manipulating people, so that's fun. Yes, and he has a bird, a falcon named Taka, who is very good. I'm still undecided on whether or not I love or hate Mr. Blackquill. Right now I'm leaning more towards hate, but the bird, 10 out of 10. Beautiful boy. Perfect bird. Because I'm gonna keep harping on about this, because the prosecutors in these games just love to threaten us with physical violence. And he has I think he has some kind of blade on him, despite being a prisoner, I think? I don't actually know. I just know that he'll throw a feather across the room, it'll float in front of our face, and then suddenly it's fucking cut in half. I don't know. I just don't know these things. But anyway, Mr. Blackquill is our opponent. Oh boy. What a guy, that Blackquill. That's the thing, R10, is that he was handcuffed, and then he busted out of his shackles. He broke the chains on his shackles that were connecting his hands. He's still wearing the actual shackles, but he broke the chain. Like halfway through the first day of the trial, he broke the chain. Oy. What a guy. What a fucking guy. So anyway, the trial goes on. We learn about stuff and things. We learn that his daughter was the one to discover the bodies. And she also claims that she saw Tenmataro fleeing the crime scene. Which is fun. We learned that the security guard is bad at his job. Oh, and that the culprit, Tenmataro, supposedly, hopped out the window and flew away. As one does. What else? Oh, yes. And then, at the conclusion of the trial for that day, our client, Mr. Darius Tenma, I believe, Oh, how to say this? Oh, how to say this? He became possessed by the spirit of Tenmataro? I guess? I don't don't know, man. All I know is his eyes got real scary, and he started talking like an all-powerful deity monster thing, and claiming to be Tenmataro. I don't remember if he claimed responsibility for the crime. But you know, also Viz spraying you with the I got the spray bottle. Okay. Yeah, because it's, you know what? You're so right. You're so right. I miss Clavier. I miss him every day. Oh, right! I forgot the most important thing. Because this game is in 3D, we can change their costumes. So I'm gonna do that. It's really important to me. Sure. God, and fucking... Look what they've done to my boy. Alright, anyway. Yes. I got an achievement for changing my costume. April 18th, 1:20 p.m., Wright Anything Agency. Hi, Jen. How are you? Things are pretty good. Things are pretty good. Having a yokai testify in court is unprecedented to say the least. I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek. How could such a straight-laced man like Mr. Tenma suddenly become a demon? Yeah, it's strange. Even worse, Prosecutor Blackquill is playing along. He's hoping to get an insanity charge. Also, real quick before I forget, I just wanted to say that Athena is wearing a single earring on her right ear and is therefore lesbian coded. That's all. I can't even think straight anymore. Case in point. Case in fucking point. It's like I knew. I need to go out for a run. See you in a bit. Okay, bye. Wait, what about the investigation? Back? Eek! Whoa, whoa! Trucy, welcome back. Oh, you're in your stage outfit. Back from work? Yep, I really nailed this new magic trick I've been working on. Yeah. It's old queer code, very old. One of the many ways throughout history, queer people have identified each other. One of them is a single earring on your right ear. There's also the hanky code, which is a whole thing. And there's lesbians and their keys, which side you put your keys on a carabiner, and then you hook it to your belt loop. And the side that it's on it's fascinating. It's so fascinating. I love that shit. But yes, single earring on the right ear is one of them. Dr. Strangelove specifically Dr. Strangelove from Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, wears a single earring on her right ear. It's fascinating. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. I also heard about those tricks that were conjured up in court earlier today. You know, the demon out of nowhere trick and Polly's tightrope style defense trick. I was seriously considering a disappearing act of my own after all that craziness. Anyway, our next trick is to find a suspect other than the mayor. I know the killer must have used the air duct in their escape. And whoever did that was the Tenmataro that Mr. Filch and Jinxie saw. Right. Maybe there's some evidence in the air duct. The real fight starts right now. Hey, before you go, let me make the evidence you no longer need disappear. Ta-da! Thank you. Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Trucy's magic panties! Oh boy. Ha! That's very good, detective. That's very good. Hang on, I just need... There we go, I just need that for my records. I wonder where all that stuff goes. Okay, let's get over to the scene of the crime. Vámonos, Apollo, vámonos! Hang on, what all did you get rid of? I don't remember. Mostly because I don't remember what I had. April 18th. QB Manor. Fox Chamber. Detective Fulbright, mind if we search the air duct? Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so... Aw, buddy. Wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Oh, that's right, we bullied him. We bullied him a little. Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover. I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need. The air duct is the key. We know the Tenmataro impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the alderman... Oh, right, he wasn't the mayor, he was the alderman. The killer left the Fox Chamber through the hallway door. Our client is the mayor of a different town. Right, that was it. Then, after locking the door from the outside... the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the Fox Chamber through the air vent here. Yeet. Then went back through the duct and fled the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created. Apparently an alderman is like a... it's like a mayor. Kind of. If the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. Well, here's our vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a stepladder. Happy hunting. Is it a stepladder or a regular ladder? How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. Whoa, it's pitch black in here. Also, couldn't we have entered from the hallway? That's fine. Well, here goes nothing. Apollo is sus. Apollo is sus. I saw him vent. There's a thick layer of dust in here. I don't get it. Stop. Find anything? Yikes! Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust. Yeah, dust. Lots of dust. So what'd you find? You know how dust collects on something when nobody uses it for a long time? Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office. Excellent. Right. You think it'd be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting. No one's gone through that duct lately? Kinda looks that way. And if it's true, Mayor Tenma is going to be indicated as the killer. But if we don't turn things around quickly... In justice we trust! He's bounced back. Good for him. Ah! Ha ha ha! Sorry, Mr. Justice. But it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Detective Fulbright sure seems chipper all of a sudden. And I'm back to my old devastated self. Ah, come on, where's that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer Man, bring it on. Let me suffer in peace. Ha ha! Justice prevails once more. It's not over yet, and besides, kicking someone when they're down is what bad guys do. Ah! Are you calling me a bad guy? Me? Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice? Then how about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information? About the investigation? Alright, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again, understood? We did it, Apollo! Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? Yeah, okay. First of all, I'm a lawyer. Look at my badge. So this is my attorney's badge. No! Present it with more confidence and conviction! Like this! In justice we trust! Okay, how's this? Apollo Justice, attorney at law! Here comes justice! That was amazing! But you know what they say, practice makes perfect. Let's see you do it 10 more times! Oh, let's not. Okay, I'll try my best. Apollo? What are you doing? Ah! How'd he talk me into this? We're like besties! I'm just gonna present things. Just in case. Such a grisly crime scene. I won't rest until that murderous fiend is behind bars. So you still think Mayor Tenma's responsible? And that's right. Damien Tenma is an evil fiend who must be banished from this world. That's a little much. Now, take my hand and together we will defeat this evil. Oh my gosh, he wants to hold hands? I think you're forgetting that Mayor Tenma's still my client. So it was the spear that killed the alderman. That's right. He'd been in a drug-induced sleep, but woke the moment he was impaled. Hello, Fluffy. How are you? That's when he struck back at his attacker. That's almost superhuman. Justice cannot allow evil to exist unopposed. Even if it means sacrificing one's life. I bet you two could strike back even if you were impaled. I mean, you're full of justice. Really? Or are you just saying that because of my name, Athena? Moist. Good. Let's talk. Hello, Neon. I can't believe Prosecutor Blackquill would stoop that low. I mean, to pinning the blame on a yokai. He really wants a conviction at all costs. She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yes, well, I have him writing a self-reflective essay as we speak. That's adorable. I doubt that'll teach him anything. Yeah, he'll probably just write "Dotard" 1,000 times. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Prosecutor Blackquill believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer. Yeah, right. I'd like to see him prove it. Whoa, calm down. He doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. Woo! It was at the base of the cliff just outside Kyubi Manor. Wait, that isn't the staff Tenma Taro was supposedly carrying, is it? The one and only. Miss Tenma no doubt tossed it over the cliff when she was done. No way. Well, what about Prince? Nope, no Prince, but if she was wearing a costume, then there wouldn't be any anyway. Well, Prince or no Prince, it's not gonna work in our favor. Sounds like his staff might have belonged to the mansion. But if that's the case, then where in the mansion did Tenma Taro get it from? Did Prosecutor Blackquill figure out that the victim was the Amazing Ninetales? He did indeed! He's a sharp one, alright. He figured it out while investigating the municipal merger and the victim's past. The Amazing Ninetales sparked the yokai craze and worked against the merger. And Mayor Damien Tenma is the corrupt politician who murdered that great hero. Alright. The Amazing Ninetales fans are so angry they even tried to storm the detention center. I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestling hero was murdered. I mean... yeah, a lot of things are happening. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened. Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the Amazing Ninetales? A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He'd never unmask himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. She spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. We ought to become fans ourselves and go protest in front of the prison. What? No! Did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinxie's father, but our client? Oh yeah. You be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in history. I just hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of a figure 4 leg lock. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other new developments we should know? Now that you mention it... Our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did? What did he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. Cool. His exact words were, "I am under no obligation to speak with you mortals." Oh boy. And other things of that nature. I wonder what Mayor Tenma remembered. Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackquill's busy questioning him. That's another thought that I had earlier when I was trying to remember what happened last time. Did they let him just wander around now that he's on this case? Like, did they let him investigate the crime scene? That seems like a bad idea. It seems like a bad idea. I'll say it. You know? Oh boy. Fucking Yeah, so I still haven't figured out the crazy hands situation. A day pass. Oh good, good for him. Stop that. Come on. No. No. Anyway. I know, why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? Ha-ha! Rude. What now, Apollo? How about regrouping back at the agency? Good idea. We might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright over there. Alright, well, bye. I just can't stop. April 18th, Write Anything Agency. Maybe I'll go read over some past cases. And I'll go do some research on exorcisms. You know what? Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out. How should I put this? It's like we're at the edge of a cliff and the only way is down. In other words, business as usual, right? Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time it's like we're bound and gagged, too. Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. Whoa, and monsters at every turn, huh? Sounds rough. Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here, too. Mr. Wright. I somehow managed to forget already that I changed his costume. Excellent. How goes the investigation, Apollo, Athena? I think it's safe to say that things have gotten harder than before. Really? What happened? Oh boy. Excuse me, Mr. Wright. I'm an attorney. Look at my badge. Your attorney's badge, huh? I used to show mine to everyone, too. Yeah, you did. Why? You know, I never really thought about it. But I could ask you the same question. Me? Well, I guess you could say I show it because there's someone to show it to. Or something like that. When you say it like that, it sounds kind of, I don't know, philosophical? I guess it does. Or does it? Let's talk first and then I'll present things. Oh boy. I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. That was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know, I've never had to defend a yokai before. That business about the locked room was another major hurdle. Now why does it think my hand is down there? Stop! Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. But at least you figured out how someone could have escaped that locked room. Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might be a tad flawed. Oh, really? Well, that's bad news. How are we gonna get out of this one? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Force a smile? Yeah, my mentor taught me that back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Return to the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That's true, she did say that. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Basics. Always believe in your client, huh? So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe. Huh? You were in Europe? Why haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. I did, but an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so... Oh, an old friend, you say? An old friend, you say? Oh, I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then. It was like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all. I knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her. And I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. No, it's nothing special. Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. It's just, I thought that if my special ability could help defend innocent people, then I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer. And at the tender age of 18, no less. Uh-huh. Wow, that's almost superhuman. Or personal, like she's trying to help somebody she knows. All right, I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client. Right. Mr. Wright? Yeah? I'm going to go visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Alright, time to see what's new down at the detention center. Okie dokie. April 18th. Detention center. Visitor's room. Give me 1 second, actually. I've decided that I don't like the costumes. Damn it. And besides, if they're wearing costumes, then my outfits won't match. You can stay in that for now, because we haven't seen it yet. Well... oh, if we change one, we may as well change them all. Fine, fine, fine. Yeah. Interview with the demon, huh? Sick. Visitor's room. Mayor Tenma, we wanted to talk to you about something. Ah! As I said, this man is now a bird. So my minions have returned. Apollo, he still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if we'll ever be able to talk to Mayor Tenma again. Silence, peddler of the legal trade! Free me from these imprisoning walls with great haste! Wow, he's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. I'm starting to wonder if we should even be helping him win his freedom. Still, we can't let Mayor Tenma stay possessed. You know what I mean? If you can clear me of these charges, I shall help in whatever manner I may. Now ask of me what you will. I suppose it's worth a shot. Oh boy. I'm an attorney, look at my badge. I was hoping you'd take a look at this. An offering to me. Quite admirable. But the best thing you could offer me is to win me my freedom. Caw, 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 caw. Right. I'll do my best. Okie dokie, then let's have a chat. Were those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really your doing? Indeed! The remains of Tenmataro, king of the underworld, they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. Caw, 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 caw. Prosecution claims the feathers and tracks were planted by Jinxie. What's this? I must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once. Huh? Mayor Tenma, is that you? Oh, well now, Damien appears to still reside within this body. But I should have expected much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien. I guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. How sweet. You didn't kill Alderman QB, did you? I have killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I. For if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed— oh, okay, leaving naught but ash. Yes. So you're saying there must have been somebody else there. Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned that he'd been clubbed with this statue. I'd better ask about this too. Oh boy. Hey, what did you remember? Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me. Indeed, I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago. You fucking what? Behold, the key to the Forbidden Chamber. Whoa, is regurgitation one of your demonic powers too? Bah! I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer, did Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. He sought to bar the killer entry to the Forbidden Chamber. So he wanted to keep it shut tight. But no fingerprints shall you find upon that key. I should think not. I should think not, no. How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then? Apollo, he fucking... I hope he threw it up. I hope he threw it up. I'm praying that he threw it up. And then he washed it. Foolish mortal, you would have me, Tenmataro, act as some asinine alchemist? I but asked the jailer and my will was done. Quite eagerly, I must add. Caw, 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 caw. Always an honor to serve, your malevolence. I'm sorry. Hold on. We can't just gloss over this. Why is the guard a cultist? Excuse me. Hi. Why is the guard a fucking cultist? Hello? Okay. Guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights out of. I guess. Can we ask how you use this key? We couldn't find a keyhole anywhere in or around the door. Curse that infernal door. But if I had known its manner of opening, long ago would I have made my return. He has a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works. Forbidden chamber key added to the court record. Oh boy. Alright. Ages has it been since I've seen that. We often battled it out like this back in the day. I've been meaning to ask, which one of you was stronger? Caw, 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 caw. That would be me, of course. For I am the demon lord of the yokai. Kasha! Yeah, but the nine-tailed fox imprisoned you. Athena, don't encourage him. It's already hard enough as it is. Oh, I just wanted to find out which one was really the strongest. Why, that is a photo of me soaring through the heavens. But look at my wing angle. It's all wrong. Wow, you're really a stickler for details. I even gave a big smile for the camera. But so small am I in this shot that one can't even see it. Never knew demons were so interested in how they're presented by the media. I mean, wouldn't you be? It's like being a celebrity. Yeah, I guess you can't really tell that he's smiling. Just covering my bases. What, might I ask, is that? This statue was found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Tenma over the head with it. It had been wrapped in a large cloth before the altar was burned. Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Yes. Something wrapped in just such a cloth, does he recall? I thought he was speaking. A secret gift from Alderman Cubey, it would seem. He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it. Maybe the cloth fell off or was removed after the mayor was struck. Of that Damien does not know. A secret gift. Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. I should question him about the blackmail letter, too. Let's see what he says when I show it to him. Yeah, let me just... covering my bases. A descendant of old Ninetails, perhaps. It would seem he's doing quite well these days. Well, he was. Yeah, he's a huge hit from kids all the way up to their grandparents. It seems I've been resting on my laurels for far too long. It is time I, too, debut in the mortal world and rekindle my struggle against that wily fox. Oh my god, he's gonna debut? He's a VTuber? That's the spirit. You can make your debut as soon as we get you that not guilty verdict. Then I had best return to top form. Push-ups and sit-ups should do for now. Go, go, go! Is he planning a new career as a pro wrestler? Why not? That's it! Why this is that accursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien. You know what, I guess that is a dog of sorts. The hot dog. I like how I questioned the hot dog but not the Hollow Knight grub. No, that's a dog. That's a dog. That's a good dog. Apparently somebody slipped it into the alderman's pocket. We believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Bear Tedwith's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? You have questions, do you? Very well, ask away, mortal. Now, 1 second, though. I just wanna, you know? You never know. You never know. Alright, just making sure. Who placed this in the alderman's pocket? Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase. So whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement in the alderman's pocket. Could it have been his doing? Mr. Mayor, Mr. Taro, did you just remember something? Indeed I did. There was but one other who knew of that letter, Damien's aide, Florent Labelle. Full knowledge of that briefcase's contents did that aide possess. Then he may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. That is preposterous. He's a most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien. See, his tie got all skinny again, so I thought, whatever. I guess I should just assume that it's the Birdman talking. Until I'm told otherwise. Seems like Mayor Tenma's a bit too trusting of those around him. Still, this is huge. Now we know who might have slipped that blackmail letter in the alderman's pocket. Look out, Florent Labelle. Here comes justice. Let's go find Mr. Labelle and rake him over the coals. Thanks for the help. You've just given us a major lead. Blackmail letter updated. There's something that still bothers me. If Mr. Labelle is the killer, what could have motivated him to open the Forbidden Chamber? I should probably search it for clues. Only one problem. How do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? Let's go talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help. Okay, bye. Garden? Get up and stretch time. Everybody get up and stretch. Here? Hey, thanks. April 18th. Ninetales Vale. Yokai Lane. Hey, isn't that... You dare imprison me? Jinxie? She's acting really strange. That loathsome, no-good nine-tailed fox. He shall know the terror that is mine and despair. You shall pay. Oh, you shall pay dearly. All of you. Jinxie, are you alright? Eee! Ah! Oh, is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Morning, Jinxie. Morning? Isn't it already past noon? And what am I doing here? Last I remember, I'd laid down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no! It must have been the... oh gosh. Makura Gaishi. Makura Gaishi! Makura Gaishi? Ever wake after a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? Or that you've been sleeping on the floor or in the hallway? Well, it's that yokai's fault. The Makura Gaishi preys on people while they're asleep. It sounds like you just need to be tucked in really tight, or maybe a snug sleeping bag. Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? Yeah, I was just thinking that. I don't? Oh, they must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me. I'd say we had a more than adequate demonstration of that just now. I'd better reapply them. Jinxie, there's something we wanted to ask you. Ah, there was something I wanted to tell you, too. I remembered something else. You did? What was it? Did you remember, perhaps, that I'm an attorney? Look at my badge. So you really are a demon lawyer. I'm pretty sure I've seen this already. Yeah, we have. Still. It's worth repeating. Yeah. Jinxie, can you tell us what you remembered? Well, after the trial, I remembered lots of stuff. There was one thing I thought was really weird. I'm almost afraid to ask, but here goes. Really? What? It's about the yokai feathers and tracks. They weren't there when I first opened the door. Wait, what? Are you sure? Uh-huh. My memory's crystal clear now. Wait, so... So then was my original theory correct? My original theory of... He didn't need to open the door because he knew that someone would come and open the door for him. Right? Like he hid in the forbidden chamber. And then when she came and opened the door, he left through that open door. I was right! Probably. We don't know for sure yet, but it's looking like my original theory was right. Huh. Well, alrighty then. So you're saying they were left at the crime scene after you found it? This could spell major trouble, Apollo. Why? Because the prosecution is trying to say that she's the one who planted them. Because Jinxie is already accused of leaving the feathers and tracks at the scene. If they weren't there when she discovered the crime scene, it will totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Jinxie's fuzzy memory of the whole incident is really working against us. The prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Good luck rebutting that. Oh man, this is not good. I sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to know how to open the forbidden chamber, would you? That door doesn't even have a keyhole. Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism. They say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear. A secret mechanism? Really? Uh-huh. It's hidden in the Fox Chamber. But only Alderman Cubey knew what it was and how it worked. The Alderman of Ninetails Vale sure loved his secrets. Apollo, let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism. Whoa, slow down. There's something else I need to ask about. Jinxie, is there only one key to the Forbidden Chamber? Uh-huh. Even the Manor's Master Key won't open it. That's because it's a very special room that must never be opened. Guess that means nobody entered the Forbidden Chamber after the murder. Oh yeah, because he swallowed the key. After all, we know Mayor Tenma took the key from the killer and swallowed it, so... So the mayor's efforts to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber were not in vain! Alright. Noted. Let me only present new things. Here you go. Well, newish. I saw him, Tenmataro. It nearly scared me to death. Do you see a lot of monsters, Jinxie? Uh-huh. In fact, I encountered the... oh god. Sune Kosuri? This morning. Sune Kosuri? You know, I don't know that one. Tell me about it. It's a mean little beast that trips you by bumping into your shins. I keep tripping all the time because of that pesky little thing. When it gets really bad, I stick Sune Kosuri warding charms on my shins. How about investing in some shin guards and watching your step instead? I'm almost afraid to present her with any of the amazing Ninetails stuff. Since, you know. You know. Alrighty, well, I guess I'll see you later. Oh, hey. Hey, so, like, can you go somewhere else? Okay, never mind then. Ah! Alderman Cubey made that statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for Ninetails Vale in Tenma Town. A token of goodwill? But the two yokai are fighting. Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing. The statue. Oh! Originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in celebration. But it sure doesn't look that way now, does it? Maybe it broke when it was used to hit Mayor Tenma on the head, but then why would the blood be on the part that was under the cup? That would explain it. I guess the only two people who knew what it really looked like were the Alderman and I. Now it's just me, but its symbol of goodwill will be forever etched in my mind. Jinxie's now the only one who knows what the original looked like. So is there anything else we should know about Jinxie? No, that's about it. Yep. Ah, my bracelet. It's reacting. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be... In justice we trust! I just saw you in the Fox Chamber. Here goes! Ah! Detective Fulbright, what are you doing here? I have business with this young lady, if you must know. Prosecutor Blackquill has asked me to question her. Question me? Sorry, not interested. Are you here to ask about that whole yokai affair? That's right. Specifically, we want to ask. Ah, but I can't tell you that now, can I? Oh, come on, please. We're partners in justice, right? No. Prosecutor Blackquill specifically told me my questions were of the utmost justice. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust. Oh boy. The Twisted Samurai sure has him on a short leash. So you're not a ghost? Maybe some sort of urban troll then? No, those are on the internet. Now come along, Miss Tenma, to the station with you. Okay, bye. He took her away. Missed my chance to see what she was lying about. Well, at least we found out there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber. Let's go check it out. I just hope they let us in now. April 18th, QB Manor. Garden. Oh, why? Why did you dye your hair? Oh, what an absolutely fabulous scent. I'm so glad I had these carnations imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman. His hair was blonde. Tuck in yesterday. Yeah. Ugh. Hey, it's Mr. LaBelle. Apollo, let's ask him about you-know-what. Oh yeah, before we search the Fox Chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Why, if it isn't the mayor's little lawyers, what do you want with me? Oh, there's something we wanted to ask. Sir? Where's that ringing coming from? You'll have to excuse me. Fuck off. Hello, LaBelle here. What the Those things on his shoulders are cell phones? Yes, about that. You must forgive me. This whole matter with Mayor Tenma has been a complete nightmare. Can you answer the other phone, please? It's driving me insane. Ugh. Where do you buy clothes like that? Surprised. This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty. Functional beauty. Are you sure about that? Looks a bit unwieldy to me. Ah! You simply don't have an eye for beauty. If having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy, I'd rather be blind. So what do you want with me? Oh gosh. Well, I'm an attorney. Look at my badge. Yes. Oh, fine. Yeah. So, like, your hair? Did you see I'll ask, did you see Tenmataro? Both Jinxie and Mr. Filch said they saw Tenmataro. What about you, Mr. LaBelle? If you were in the foyer, why didn't you— Very well, I admit it. That's right, I, Florent LaBelle, saw the demon Tenmataro. So he did see something. Then why did you lie about not seeing him? I was simply trying to protect dear little Jinxie. Protect Jinxie? What do you mean? Why, don't tell me you haven't heard of that strange little habit of hers. Which one are we talking about? Fucking narrow it down, my dude. The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing. Rumor has it she's possessed by Tenmataro. That one's new to me. Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about a Tenmataro sighting, little Jinxie should be your prime suspect. Tell us more about that rumor. Budding. So what was that rumor about Jinxie? They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. It hits suddenly, then she starts wandering around doing strange things. Is that so? Although, come to think of it, flashback to 5 seconds ago. Yeah. That certainly would explain how she was acting earlier. Once she even put on a Tenmataro costume and wandered around the woods at night. She did. I wish I'd never asked. Does she remember anything while she's possessed? Unfortunately, no. She doesn't seem to remember a thing during these episodes. Memory lost during possession. Come to think of it, her memory of the murder scene was quite fuzzy. I suppose that, too, was caused by her possession. Ah! Then maybe... So you do understand. That whole yokai business was entirely of her own making. Now wait a minute. Although, that yokai evidence wasn't there until after she discovered the crime scene. Did she leave those black feathers and strange tracks there herself? Oh, it's LaBelle. Laurent LaBelle. Apollo, let's ask Mayor Tenma about Jinxie's episodes the next time we talk with him. Alright, well... What is that? It's the blackmail letter, but it wasn't sent to Alderman Hubie. It was sent to Mayor Tenma. And? Your point being? Someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase, and then placed it in the alderman's pocket after he was murdered. Oh, you don't say. You wouldn't happen to be the one who made the switch, would you? Apollo... Tact. A little bit of... Okay. After all, you're the only one who knew that the blackmail letter was in his briefcase. So naturally you... Perhaps that shot of cologne will make those scales fall from your eyes. Or my eyes fall from their sockets. Is it possible that you would like to frame me as a potential suspect? What would make you raise such an outrageous allegation in the first place? Oh, well... My only crime is being born as beautiful as you see here. In other words, you have nothing. Now, let me show you what to do with this okay. You can't destroy evidence like that. What do you mean I can't? I just did! Feel a little lighter now. It was a single piece of paper. You've just won a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever list, buddy. Are we done with your silly questions now? I'm a very busy man, you know. I guess that's it for now. Oh god, not again. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Really? You wish to carry my new product to your store? Oh, but I'm afraid it's my own private brand. It's not available to the public. What? Then I shouldn't advertise it on TV. But I don't understand. As the embodiment of beauty, it is my duty to announce my good looks to the world. Are you telling me this man creates his own line of cologne and clothing, advertises it on television, doesn't sell it, because he just wants people to know how good looking he is. Yeah, okay. Stop the bus. I'm getting off. Everyone wants my exclusive Je suis la Belle brand products. It's the crown jewel of my collection, born of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. But now that it's become so popular, it's been an absolute nightmare. You don't say. Well, they can't have it. It's just for me. It's not meant for you peasants. Peasants? This is my latest product. I'm calling it Couleur Me La Belle. Oh, I see. A dazzling hair color that you can wash out with just water. Guess that means you can't sweat. I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads. Yet it's not available to the public. Great sales strategy there, genius. Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle, your hair color's changed since the last time we've met. Oh my god, you noticed? It's so subtle, Athena. The little lady has quite the discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it a gift for one who truly appreciates beauty. Oh, Apollo, what should I do? Better take it before you get a face full of cologne. Good point. Wow, thanks, Mr. LaBelle. Couleur Me LaBelle. Added to the court record. Okay, let's head over to the Fox Chamber. We've still gotta find the secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. Oh, God. Never talk to me again. I'm gonna have to talk to you again. But I don't want to. April 18th, QB Manor, Fox Chamber. Okay, let's find that secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. Oh, this is so exciting. I can't wait to see how it works. Do you really think the killer entered the Forbidden Chamber? We'll just have to open it to find out. We should also see if there was anywhere the killer could have hidden this room. Okay, let's get started. Apúrate, Apollo, apúrate! I'm gonna assume that's Spanish. And I'm sorry. Yes, I am sorry. Okie dokie. So, let me take a look at this door. Still no keyhole, huh? Oh, okay. And the door won't budge, just like those spiky bangs of yours. Hey! Means hurry up. Good. How was my... did I... Eh? Well, all it takes is some water, but I don't think that would work on the door. Oh, I know! I'll break it down with a body slam! Don't do that. I seriously doubt you could do that. How do you know if I haven't even tried? No, wait, don't! Ah! As much as you hate losing, Athena, I think the door would win this match. Alrighty. Perhaps it has to do with these conspicuous foxes. I'll take it. Apúrate, apúrate, apúrate. Turning into a fox over the door and statues of him on either side. Maybe those two statues are glaring. It's like they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it, there are 2 foxes on the folding screen as well. Can't be a coincidence, can it? Hey, the statue moves! Don't get carried away now. I mean, who knows? It might trigger a trap. I can handle it. If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid. I guess if you can catch something that fast out of midair, you can accomplish anything. Still. I might be something to the fact that these fox statues rotate. Something around here that shows the position they should be in. Yes, yes, yes. God damn it. Facing away from each other then. I wonder if I have to look at the thing. Here you go. Two foxes standing back to back are depicted on this elegant folding screen. Could this have something to do with the keyhole? Wait a minute. Two foxes. There are two fox statues in front of him. Oh my gosh, Apollo, you're so smart. Maybe the keyhole will appear if we do something to this folding screen. No, but I don't see anything unusual about it. Does have two foxes on it. Give me 1 second. I have something. Well, I have my contacts in my eye, but something else. There's a clue somewhere in this room. Yeah. As excited as a kid, okay. And the fox. Can I not? I would like to interact with the statue. Oh, thank you. I have checked my posture. It was already pretty okay, but it is better now, probably. Oh. No, because that's the door on either side of the thing. Which means they're both facing the door. Someone competent. I don't know if I can do that one. Do I have to examine everything in the room again? Killer hid under this table. That would be a terrible hiding place. The alderman's body would have been right above. Maybe you're right. Guess the underside is a bit... Wait! There's something under the table! Oh. Let's check it out. Aha! Hey look! There's something down here. Looks like a piece of something. Only question is a piece of what, Apollo? Oh, I know! It might be a piece of the statue. Remember what Jinxie said? Flashback to 5 seconds ago. Oh, never mind. The statue originally depicted two yokai holding up a cup. It was a symbol of goodwill. Piece of the truth! So this piece broke off and rolled under the table. Fox's demon statue updated in the court record. Okay. Well, I can't think of anywhere else to look. You find anything, Apollo? We'll never find the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber at this rate. There's something about that folding screen. You know how those fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber move? That screen might be a clue as to how we're supposed to position them or something. Hey, I bet you're right. Let's go over that screen with a fine-tooth comb. Ooh. On closer inspection, I think there's more to this screen than meets the eye. Let's check every last inch of it. I can rodate the folding screen with the right stick. If I spot anything of interest, I can press A on it to inspect it further. Also zoom in and out with Y and B to get a better look. Every last inch of it. I mean, first things first. Oh, well, how about that? What's this? Looks like a keyhole or something. Think it could be the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber. Nah, it's just a picture. Still, you know what they say. A picture's worth 1,000 words. And then... Picture of a key. That shape looks awfully familiar. Oh, I know. It's shaped like the Forbidden Chamber's key. Wait. What about that keyhole drawn on the center of the screen? You think the two are related? Key in a keyhole? Oh, I just got an idea. If we folded the screen up just right, the key and keyhole should overlap. Hey, I think you're right. Let's give it a try. Yep. Look, a door! Yeah, and it's open too. The two foxes are now facing each other, so what if we made those fox statues face each other? Apollo, let's go check out the two statues. Okay, help me move the two statues so they face each other, just like on the screen. Look! A lock appeared. Now we can use that key. Here goes nothing. Click. It worked. Time to see why this chamber's so forbidden. What secrets could it hold, I wonder? April 18th, QB Manor. Forbidden Chamber. Sure would be a shame if somebody locked us in here or something. Creak! God. These doors need some serious oil. Ah! That was like nails on a chalkboard. Oh right, forgot about those super good ears of yours. My dude, you are the worst criminal. You're the worst criminal. Look, more feathers. Ah! What the heck is that? Is that a Tenmataro statue? But there's something odd about it. Ugh, all I know is I don't like it, but I can't explain why. You okay, Athena? You look kinda pale. You're not scared, are you? What, of this thing? Don't make me laugh. Heh. Really? Hey, look! What? What is it? Over there on the left, there's a bunch of staves on that rack. They kinda look like the staff we saw earlier. You mean the one Jinxie said she saw Tenmataro carrying? Yeah, I bet our Tenmataro impersonator really did come in here at some point. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's search the place. Let's. My dude. What's this? Fucking hand cream. Whatever it is, the packaging is really gaudy. And the fact that there's no dust on it means it hasn't been here very long. Oh, it's hand cream. Let's see what brand it is. Je suis LaBelle? LaBelle? What the? But then, wouldn't that mean Mr. LaBelle was here? I guess so. But why? Well, whoever it was dressed up like Tenmataro must have taken a staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber. Yeah. And that same person probably dropped this hand cream at that time. In other words, the Tenmataro impersonator we're looking for is none other than Florent LaBelle. This might be a big break for us in court tomorrow. Now all we have to do is get the truth out of Mayor Tenma. Hand cream added to the court record. Lots of feathers. Black feathers. Look exactly like the ones in the Fox Chamber. That means the killer must have been in here at some point. Question is, hey. Maybe the Tenmataro costume was hidden in here. I mean, if someone carried it through the manor, it would have stuck out like a sore thumb. But when did the killer get in here? The mayor snatched the Forbidden Chamber key when the killer hit him on the head. That means the killer could have only gotten in here before the murder. Question. Theory, rather. LaBelle put the sleeping whatever in both of their drinks. They fell asleep. He came in. Somehow. How did he get in, though? That's a question that I don't have the answer to. Somehow he entered the room. He then stabbed the alderman. And let's be real, that guy would take a bit to fucking either he knew how to solve the thing already or whatever. He took long enough figuring it out that the mayor woke up. The mayor woke up and went after him, I guess. And then somehow Palpatine returned. The mayor went after him. He attacked the mayor with the statue. Well, but then, I guess as he was in the process of opening the door to the Forbidden Chamber, the mayor woke up and attacked him and swallowed the key. And then LaBelle hit him over the head. And Tenma can't remember it because of the head trauma. And then, as I said last time, he hid in here with put on the Tenmataro costume, waited in here until someone came to check on things. Then, when Jinxie unlocked the door, he was like, cool, I can leave the room now, and he did so. The only question I have is how did he enter the room to begin with? And how did he poison their tea? Well, if he was the mayor's aide, then I guess it wouldn't be too out of the question for him to, like, sit in on the meeting, you know? It's weak, but maybe. I give it a solid maybe. But then I guess our client, the mayor, would have testified that he wasn't the only other person in the room. I'm on to something, I'm sure of it. We'll get there. That means the killer could have only gotten in here before the murder. Wow, this is one tough riddle, all right. Here hath Tenmataro been imprisoned. Looks like a gravestone or something. It was fine the entire time. I was talking then, but as soon as I... Meh. It reads, here lies Tenmataro, age 80. Cause of death, choked on a chicken bone. Tragic. Say it ain't so. Besides, that sounds more like an autopsy report than an epitaph, if you ask me. Wait, you're joking around because you're scared. It's your coping mechanism. I'm not scared. Freak out central, right here, baby. Cut it out, Widget. Denial is strong in this one. Looks like an old scroll, and there's something drawn on it. Unless I'm mistaken, it looks like an old guy. Some sort of monk, maybe? A monk? What are you talking about? You know, people that take walks in the mountains as a form of spiritual training. Wouldn't that just be a hiker? The guy in this picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, Athena. Oh look, there's some yellow thing strapped to his back. Whoa, it's turning into Tenmataro. Huh. What's this scroll getting at? Is this how Tenmataro was born? Hamburgery. Well, whatever it is, it's definitely creepy. And there's a bunch of staves here, and it looks like one's missing. The Tenmataro Jinxie saw must have taken it. I'd have to agree, these look like the one Detective Fulbright showed us. You get back here. Why do you think there are so many here? Maybe they're spares. Tenmataro might be, you know, absent-minded or something. But the fact that he has some spare staves handy, well, it shows that he's aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. Good for him. Or at least that's my take on it. Maybe this will remind her to deal with her own faults. God damn. But I won't hold my breath. God damn. Stone lantern. Like those Japanese garden lamps? Where's the switch? Lamps like these are lit by fire, not electricity, so there's no switch. Oh, here it is. What? It was hidden out of sight. I see Tenmataro's cell has been outfitted with all the amenities a yokai could want. Well, that's a little sus. Oh look, there's an air vent here too. I guess even forbidden chambers need proper ventilation. But I don't think anyone could reach this one either. Yeah, and there's nothing to stand on around here. I wonder where this vent leads. Well, the Fox Chambers vent didn't branch this way, so maybe it doesn't have anything to do with this case after all. Oh, I feel like it is. It does. It must. It simply must. That's one big statue. It must be something like 15 feet tall. And look, this Tenmataro has a staff. But the Tenmataro in the scroll didn't have one. You can't keep getting away with this. I wonder why. I feel like this could be significant, but why? Let's take a closer look. First, to go around this table here. Ah! Apollo, are you sure that's a good idea? Hey, it looks like there's some sort of compartment in the base of the statue. Don't open it! Who knows what might be in there? It's just a big empty compartment. And from all the dust and cobwebs, I'd say it hasn't been opened in a really long time. That's enough, Apollo. Let's shut it and... Wait, there is something in here. Oh, it's a little guy! Oh, it's a little man! Looks like some sort of figure, but it's so dusty I can't tell what it's supposed to be. Wonder what it's doing here. Yeah, let's just, take a random statue from a giant altar. Sure. Guess that about wraps it up. What now? We should probably talk to some of the witnesses again. You mean like Mr. Filch and Jinxie? Yeah, I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstitions in Tenmataro. I will be... I'll be back in a few minutes. I might go make myself a cup of tea or something. I'll be back.
I'll cut a bloody path.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Ooh. Not quite back yet. I'm waiting for my tea to steep. Thank you. Wow. Wow. Hmm. I also treated myself to an M&M cookie. I'm hoping that an infusion of sugar will perk me up a bit. It is Passion Tea by Tazo. Oh, hey, the Get Up and Stretch time. I don't remember. Let me see. Let's see. In this exuberant blend, bursting with hibiscus flowers, orange peel, rose hips, passion fruit flavor, and a lively hint of cinnamon spice. There you go. It's a lovely tea. It has a nice fruity sort of bitterness to it that I enjoy. I really like hibiscus tea. I used to live near this place that did like nice loose leaf kind of teas. And one time I got just like, I'm pretty sure they were just like straight up dried hibiscus petals as tea. It was so good. So good. I used to live too. Wouldn't recommend it. For legal reasons, that's a joke. Less than a minute left on my tea. I'm gonna go grab it. Be good, or don't, I guess. Oh, I have tea now. Oh, wait. Here's something that I could do. This is fun. Let's see. Won't take but a moment. Let's see. We simply... Here we are. I have my mug of tea. Except I'm holding it in my other hand because I'm right-handed. But look, isn't this fun? Isn't this adorable? Glug, glug, glug. Yes. I have all of these, like, props of sorts that, would look perfectly normal on 2D VTubers. But because I'm 3D, it is, a little more difficult to make it look like it's supposed to be there. For example, let's see, do I... Hang on. I'm gonna freeze for a second. This is intentional. Let's see. We have, for example, this right here. Something like that. And oh boy, it really looks like I'm holding a controller. With my... Okay, I made it too big. Those hands are giant. But you get it. If I was, you know... If I was 2D, that would look pretty okay. But, look at me now. I'm fucking... Who's his face from Mortal Kombat? Anyway. I'll keep the mug for now, because it amuses me. Glug glug. Gordy? Yeah, that sounds about right. I was thinking Gordo, which might be it, but I don't know. Unless you're... It's fine. It is still quite warm. Okie dokie. We've been sitting here in silence for probably long enough. My hands still want to just go everywhere. Goro! Majima! Good old first name, last name. That's... Alright. QB Manor Foyer. I'm not tabbed into the game. Ah! It's the curse of Tenmataro. Yeah! You outsiders are ignoring them superstitions at our peril. Mind your own business, will ya? Ah? Ow! What's all this about a curse? Tenmataro's gonna curse us all, unless you stop sticking your nose where it don't belong. Stop the investigation. Listen to what them superstitions say. Right, how about obeying the law before you go obeying the superstitions? Huh? Hey, what are you doing with Widget around your neck? He's mine! You know better than to go around stealing people's stuff like that. Obviously, he does not. The same goes for my bracelet. Sorry, I promise I won't do it again. He did. He almost kidnapped my sweet little widget. The big jerk. I'm sorry. I guess you can't teach an old raccoon dog new tricks. As long as we have him here, I guess we should ask him about what happened. I'm an attorney, look at my badge. Alrighty, well, I tried. I can't believe you did that. It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal a widget? Grr. Yipes! Mercy, mercy! I can't seem to control myself. It's that thieving blood running in my veins. Thieving blood? What's that supposed to mean? Glad you asked. The infamous bandit Azuki Kozo was my grandpappy. Take a gander at this. Oh, hey, I know that thing. What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another one of those yokai to me. It's none other than the Azuki Kozo. Robbed from the rich to give to the poor, he did. And he'd leave one of these figures at the scene of the crime. Oh, did he now? What's more, I'm his grandson, because he was my grandpappy. That's generally how it works. Wow, you don't say. Thieves' honor, it's the honest truth. Ah, the sloshing sound of Azuki beans scrapping together in the dead of night. It's the magical sound of dirty money getting washed clean for giving out to the poor. I'm Azuki Kozo, washer of money, giver-outer of wealth, reborn! Is everyone in this village okay? Are they okay? Forget the money, you should be washing yourself of this nasty habit. Wait a second. This figure looks familiar. Yes, it looks just like that old dusty figure we found in the Forbidden Chamber. Updated figure report. Hey! What are you doing with that there figure? Oh, this? We found it in the Forbidden Chamber. Looks like it'd been there practically forever. Could mean my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back. Hey, that reminds me. He once told me there's treasure in that there chamber. I mean, treasure. Do tell. What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber? Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe! Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. There's something amazing in there? Didn't see anything like that, though. Your grandfather didn't, by chance, already steal it, did he? Seeing how there was one of his figures in there, that just might be. That's Grandpappy for ya. Bet he washed that treasure up real good before handing it out to the poor. The real treasure was the money we stole along the way, that's true. Oh, of course, because he was so righteous. In court, you mentioned seeing Tenmataro near the scene of the crime. Sorry I didn't come clean right away, but them superstitions got the better of me. The people of Ninetails Vale sure seem like a superstitious bunch. Just like criminals. Superstitious and cowardly bunch. I'm not surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Tenmataro. Darn right, them superstitions scare me out of my wits, I tell ya. That's why I'm gonna do exactly what they say from now on. So you plan on staying here in Ninetails Vale? Yep, I'm gonna keep living right here and keep with the old ways, just like Grandpappy did. Them superstitions are like a rulebook to me. Wait, so you're saying you actually believe in those old wives' tales? Ain't you been listening to a word I said? You're going to do exactly what them superstitions say. Well, I say that's baloney. Let me see here. Do not gaze, do not tell. Ah. Shenanigans, take that.
Take that!
It's clearly written right here. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it, your immediate departure from the village. Ah. So according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking with us. You said you plan on staying right here in Ninetails Vale. But if you really believed in the superstitions, you would have been long gone by now. Ooh, ah. I know you've been lying to me. Time to come clean, Mr. Filch. Yipes. Let's try this again. You were lying about believing in the superstitions, weren't you? Sorry, but I didn't have no choice. So what was the real reason why you couldn't talk about seeing Tenmataro? It's all that pretty boy's fault. Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. He told me not to say a word about seeing Tenmataro. Said if I did, he'd do to me what them superstitions said would happen. He'd steal your soul? So it was Mr. LaBelle who muzzled you. Why would Mr. LaBelle want to scare you into silence? Mr. LaBelle was trying to protect that little maid gal. It was on account of that rumor, the one about her being possessed. That rumor again. I guess we really do have to talk to Mayor Tenma about the possession rumor. Stop! Ouch, watch it! Village superstition stolen by Phineas Filch. Sick. I'll be taking this back now. Kinda like family to me. You could have just asked instead of stealing it. Was that all we wanted to ask Mr. Filch? Yeah, I think that was it. Let's go see Mr. Tenmataro one more time. Just thinking about dealing with that yokai kid makes me want to say, pass. Does still amuse me. Glug glug. Alright, hang on. Exactly, detective. April 18th, Detention Center Visitors Room? Just a little bit faster on that text would be so lovely. Lord Tenma, your attorneys are here to see you, your malevolence. Oh, he has a fresh charm. Why are you speaking like that? Yep, he's back. Oh, Mayor Tenma, you've returned. Yes, well, Jinxie came by earlier to apply a new charm to my head. It seems to be suppressing the demon within me. That's a relief. Maybe we'll actually get somewhere this time. So what can I do for you today? We'd like to ask about the rumor that Jinxie is possessed. Ah. She allegedly left the yokai evidence at the scene while under a demon's power. At least that's what the prosecution is going to claim at tomorrow's trial. I like that the ellipses go in groups of 3. It's like a pa-pa-bum, 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 pa-pa-bum. It's like a horse. Pa-pa-bum, 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 pa-pa-bum. Be the change you want to see in the world, Mittens. Huh? Ah! Caw, 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 caw. No matches this warding charm for me! The charm! Tenmataro's back! Those foolish mortals, they shall regret blaming that child for my doings! You know, I guess... What? Don't question me. Or maybe a train? No, I don't. Whatever, it's got a good sound to it. It's got a good rhythm. Oh, I blew it. That question brought that yokai back. And he probably won't drop the act until Jinxie's name is cleared either. It's got a, cadence to it. A cadence of Hyrule. Would you like some hand cream? Would you like some temporary hair dye? We'd like to ask you about something your aide, Florent Lebel, mentioned. Did you know Jinxie is rumored to be possessed? I know not of what you speak. You're not trying to protect Jinxie, are you? I, Tenmataro, Demon Lord of the Yokai, protect a mere mortal. Caw, 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 caw. No affections do I possess for your race of humans. Please, we already proved there was a third party disguised as a yokai at the scene. But if you deny that tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mayor Tenma's name. But I have already told you, I know not of what you speak. I don't think we'll get anything more out of him. It's all over unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant that yokai evidence. Hey Apollo, I think I've got this one. I think I can prove that she didn't do it. Really? Sure. I should be able to use psychology to explain that whole possession thing. Knock yourself out then. Wow, Athena's really something. I can really count on her when it counts. The real story. Mayor Tenma, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism. Somnambulism? You mean sleepwalking? Yes, I believe she is exhibiting a rare form of the disorder. It's usually brought on by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, didn't her symptoms start soon after she began her job in Ninetales Vale? When the child visited last. She did speak of dreading yokai and how they rob her of sleep each night. I knew it! That lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state. And that means she can't be trying to protect you, at least not on a conscious level. So then the Tenmataro that was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie. Sleepwalking, eh? That would indeed explain the matter. Look, Tenmataro's spirit. It's left the mayor's body. Oh, good. Can you tell us the truth now, Mayor Tenma? Very well. It's the least I could do for a superb exorcist such as you. Okay. Feathers and tracks, feathers and tracks. Mayor Tenma, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks at the scene, did you? I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That was the killer's doing, no doubt. I knew it! You suspect Florent is behind all this. But why? Did he really want Ninetales Vale that badly? Can you think of any reason why? Looking back, he did seem fixated on Tenmataro for a spell. Ah, could it be? Perhaps he was attempting to release Tenmataro. That's crazy! Are you saying that yokai is real? Whatever the case, Tenmataro brings nothing but pain and misfortune. It's as the superstitions warn. You must not gaze upon him nor free him from his prison. But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tenmataro thing now. Yeah, and I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. LaBelle. Your dinner is ready, your malevolence. Ah, an offering to the Demon King. You may place it right there. The kitchen crew poured their heart and soul into making it. Did they now? Souls happen to be a favorite of mine. Just hold the hearts next time. Caw, 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 caw. Yes, your malevolence. I'll remember that. How long is he planning to keep up this yokai charade? Well, we've already talked to Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma, so why don't we go see Florent LaBelle next, now that we know the truth? You won't be able to claim that the Tenmataro was Jinxie or the mayor anymore. The real question is, how are we going to get him to admit it was him? April 18th, Gilby Manor Foyer. Purple now. Okay, now let's practice that again, Filchy, from the top. Mr. LaBelle was in the foyer at the time of the crime. And when we, heard a scream, heck, what was the next part again? Ah! You have the memory capacity of a flea! This is the 30th time, you know. Now, 100 times more and we're done. What on earth are they practicing? Why, their testimonies, of course. Oh, I ain't cut out for this. Whoopsie daisy. Ow! Oh, begging your pardon, Mr. LaBelle, sir. It's just all this practice. Ah! Unbelievable. What if you had sullied my outfit with those grubby paws of yours? Did Filch LaBelle's wallet just now? So what do you think they're up to this time, Apollo? Oh, it's you two. Eavesdropping, are we? Whew. You peasants are so tacky. Well, what do you want with me? Your confession to being the Tenmataro imposter would be nice right about now. I am an attorney. Would you like to see my badge? So... dazzling hair color that you can wash out with water. Isn't it magnificent? What if you start to sweat? Won't that wash the color out too? I assure you, Florent LaBelle, embodiment of beauty, does not sweat. I cannot wait to see him in court tomorrow, and the hair dye is just running down his face. That's how you set up a good bit. Then what about rain? Even if you don't sweat, you never know when it Ah! Peasants like you fail to grasp the truth. Rain and other forces of nature draw back in awe of my beauty. Later, Mittens. Sure they're not being repelled back by your narcissism? Hand cream. Wait, this is our trump card. Better not show it off too soon. You wanted something. Oh, no, never mind. Huh. Yes, yes, yes. Mr. Filch filled me in on a conversation you two had, and about how you told him not to say a word about seeing Tenmataro. Filch, you fool! Ah! I told you nothing good would come of you running your mouth. So why'd you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet like that, Mr. LaBelle? Why, to protect darling little Jinxie, of course. But Jinxie was never really possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep at the time, she couldn't have been consciously trying to protect the mayor. That also means she couldn't have possibly been Tenmataro. Interesting. But where are you going with this? Since you ask so politely, I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason would be to deflect doubt away from the one who was really Tenmataro. Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Tenmataro? So sorry to disappoint, but I'm nothing of the sort. That's right, Mr. LaBelle even told me Tenmataro was a ow, 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 ow. I said Tenmataro was Jinxie, you fool. Honestly, you have the memory capacity of a flea. Practice it 100 more times. So, have you been called to testify tomorrow? Yes, and I'm so looking forward to my courtroom debut. But you'll just have to wait until then. Oh, I'll be waiting with a special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you. Filchy, wake up, you lazy bones. Huh? What? Was I sleeping? Must have been that sweet cologne of yours, Mr. LaBelle. Made me right sleepy, it did. Made me right sleepy, it did. Is he supposed to have been Cockney this whole time? Made me right sleepy, it did. Well, it's time for your lesson on what to do and say tomorrow. Oh, I'm begging you, not another lesson. I ain't cut out for this thinking and remembering stuff. Ah! Right up the schnozola. Keep quiet and do exactly as I say. You know, I don't know if a Cockney person would use the word schnozola, but I don't know. No, please. Anything but another lesson. Well, there they go. Missed our chance to get the truth out of him. Yeah, but we'll get the proof we need in court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left now is that lie Jinxie told. We better go clear that up before tomorrow. You think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. Let's see if she's over on Yokai Lane shopping for more charms. April 18th, Ninetales Vale, Yokai Lane. She must be possessed or sleepwalking again. Maybe if I speak softly, I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Psst! Jinxie! Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. Ah, my charms must have fallen off again. Phew, guess I can avoid a charm slap by toning down my cords of steel. Are they done questioning you, Jinxie? Uh-huh. And on the way back, I stopped here to buy a new charm that was just released. Yeah, which one? Oh, the one with the nine-tailed fox and Tenmataro. It shows them dancing together. Really? Two bitter rivals dancing together? Uh-huh. It's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges. Oh, right. For the municipal merger issue. No, it's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. The insomniac? Oh, right, yes. It'll stop you two from fighting like you did in court this morning. We weren't fighting, it was just a spirited debate. Ah! No fighting. Ugh. Charm slapped again. Apollo, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she was lying about. Just really shout it out right in front of her. Jinxie, it seems like you're starting to remember things. You already said the feathers and tracks weren't there when you discovered the crime. Have you remembered anything else that seems important? Like what? Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you'll remember something else this time. When I opened the door, Papa and Alderman Cubie were collapsed in the fox chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. He was awake. That's all he said before he passed out in the chair. I knew it. She's holding something back. Is it just that easy? It sure is. Wow. Before I pull an eye ligament. I just didn't want to have to listen to the whole thing again.
Gotcha!
Well then. You were very nervous when you said that's all he said, weren't you? I know because I saw your fingers move as if you were going to slap someone with a charm. I, Ligma, hate to see it. No pun intended. Listen to me, Jinxie, this is very important. Did Mayor Tenma say anything else to you? It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep. Talking in his sleep? So you admit that he did say something else? Eek! How could you tell? Only a demon could have such powers. Like I said, he was just talking in his sleep. I mean, why else would Papa say something like that? To be a little more specific. Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed Alderman QB." He said, what? The mayor actually confessed to the crime? But he didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known what he was saying. He was probably possessed, or maybe he was in the middle of a nightmare. A nightmare? No, this is a nightmare. This is one statement I wish I'd never heard. What in the world are we going to do now? Return to the basics? That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Hang on, that's not what he was wearing when we had this conversation. Right. Just believe in my client, even if all I can see ahead is darkness and despair. Jinxie, does Prosecutor Blackquill know about your father's confession? I didn't mention it when he was questioning me. Good girl. I mean, there's no way Papa's the killer. Why would the mayor confess like that? Could he really have been dreaming, or simply delirious? Who knows, but I sure feel like I'm in a living nightmare right now. Apollo, what are we going to do about tomorrow's trial? The crime scene was locked tight until Jinxie arrived, and our clients even confessed. Not only that, Jinxie's been accused of planting the yokai evidence. Both the mayor and Jinxie are going to prison if we don't do something. I know. Well, let's see here. Our lack of a third party in the locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that when she first opened the door, Alderman QB and Mayor Tenma were the only people she saw in the Fox Chamber. But the real killer must have been hiding in there as well. Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation. Our mystery person must have then fled the Fox Chamber when it was opened, as I said. And that's when Jinxie saw what she thought was Tenma Taro. But Papa and the Alderman were the only people there. I didn't see anyone else. What's going on here? LaBelle's extremely pale, but he's far from transparent. Get his ass. So just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime? Whatever it takes in court tomorrow, Apollo. We have to take down that dirty, rotten Tenma Taro Florent LaBelle. Right, we'll get him with a legal exorcism. Justice style. To be continued. Perhaps a cod piece, just for fun. Why it's called a cod piece? April 19th, 9:30 a.m., District Court. Courtroom number 4. Day 2, court is now in session. All rise! And then maybe sit back down. Court is back in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice defense team leader is ready, Your Honor. Athena Sykes, assistant defender, is ready too, Your Honor. Je suis prêt! As chipper as ever I see, and in French no less. And the prosecution? Oh, he has fresh chains. Very well then. By the way, I asked Detective Fulbright to provide sturdier shackles today. There will be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackquill. Now, your opening statement, if you would. He didn't give an opening statement last time. Why would he do it this time? I believe it's standard procedure for the prosecution to handle it. Looks like the judge is really bringing it today. He probably realized how Blackquill played him. That was one mean game of Simon Says. Did they name him Simon just for that bit? Did they name him Simon just so they could do that bit? I feel like they might have. I feel like they might have. Yeah, His Honor has to fight to defend his honor today. Your boldness. It's plain to see that you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement. You gotta get the voice back. I have? I don't know if I'd say that. Why, of course you have. I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement. That was the look of one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For decades now, you have been watching opening statements from your bench. They were the crown jewels of the court. The one thing you could not possess. Crown jewels of the court? Now at long last, they are within your grasp. How could you possibly refuse? Oh, so you don't mind if I do it then? Son of a bitch! I'll make a special exception, just this once. Here we go again. Fuck off. Yep, more of Blackquill's mind games. Well, in that case, I think I might go ahead and make the opening statement myself. In yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that the victim, Alderman Rex Cuby, was the Amazing Ninetails. We also learned that the Amazing Ninetails was a key figure in the yokai craze and anti-merger protests. It was further revealed that upon learning Rex Cuby's secret identity, Mayor Damien Tenma murdered him. And the fact that the crime took place in a tightly locked room was also brought to light, and the only people in that tightly locked room were the defendant and the victim. The defense proposed the existence of a hypothetical third party, but further investigation revealed no proof of a third party who had escaped the room. Ergo, we must conclude that the evidence against the defendant is, well, conclusive. Did I say something wrong? That was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time. Oh, one more thing to boast about to my grandchild. Hello, Matthew. Sorry you can't sleep, but welcome. Well, this was not an unexpected turn of events. Now then, it seems the prosecution has called a new witness to testify. The inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime. Well, does that not demand some sort of explanation? Yes. The feathers and tracks, weren't those left by the mayor while he was possessed? That was but an act to protect his daughter. Oh? Yes, of course. I had suspected as much. Wait, did he actually believe the mayor's award-winning performance? His daughter was the one who planted the yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai in the manor was the manor's maid, Jinxie Tenma.
Objection!
The prosecution is engaging in mere conjecture. Would you care for some witness testimony, then? For I am ready to prove that the little scamp is the one behind the Tenma Taro farce. Witness testimony. I bet he means Filch and that creep LaBelle. Very well, then. Bailiff, would you bring in the first witness? Mr. Filch, you made quite the hasty exit yesterday. See that it doesn't happen again today. Man, been known for my hasty retreats since I was a kid. Bit of a trademark of mine. Indeed, you managed to give a total of 5 bailiffs the slip. Like those amateurs could ever nab me. Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in place. You know what? No comment. No comment. No, please, I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running. Your statement, now. Yes, sir, Mr. Blackhead, sir. Maybe at a hasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackquill. Yeah, Blackquill doesn't strike me as the give-up-easy type. Now then, Mr. Filch, your testimony, please. Specifically, the true nature of the yokai you saw in the manor shortly after. The yokai is Jinxie. Tenma Taro's really that little maid gal, ain't no doubt about it. I mean, the Tenma Taro I saw was just a little thing, about her size. But the little run had a big old staff. I seen it when she came into the foyer. Betcha she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling on the crime scene. She was gonna use it to wallop me on account of my fierce reputation, I just know it. So Tenma Taro is short in stature. And that's because it was Miss Jinxie Tenma all along. You betcha. Besides, all the rest in the manor were way taller than her. Feigning height is but an easy thing. But a big ox like the defendant could never pass for short. What if the Tenma Taro impersonator was walking on their knees? Apollo. Weren't no knee walking. I seen it myself. Perhaps that yokai really was Miss Tenma after all. All monsters are naught but tricks, either of the mind or the cheap parlor variety. So you're saying she created an illusion like one of those magical eye things? Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Each night he cries and screams about some ghost he thinks he sees. But in truth, it was simply the janitor. So that explains why you have bags under your eyes from lack of sleeping. Oh ho ho! Prosecutor Blackquill just gave up the ghost, literally! I'm leaving forever. The janitor's deathly complexion and all-white attire are no doubt partially to blame. That and the fact that he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this or that. What does a janitor have to take vengeance for? That actually sounds like a real ghost to me. You know what? Never mind. A janitor of a prison? Never mind. I can think of plenty of things. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Boom, boom. Yokai's Jinxie.
Hold it!
Hold it. Mr. Filch, you and Mr. LaBelle mentioned something about a practice yesterday. Do you deny this so-called lesson was about what you were supposed to say in court? No, you got it all wrong. Then could you tell the court exactly what sort of lesson it was? Oh, what was it again? Ah! Now I remember. Math, you know, numbers and stuff. He's completely under Blackwell's control, too. Anyway, that Tenmataro was that little maid gal, so what's the difference? I mean, the Tenmataro I saw, right, for him.
Hold it!
I take it you got a good look at how tall the Tenmataro impersonator was. You betcha. I got a habit of sizing people up. I can even give you a primer on how to pull it off. All under the table, Natch. I got a knack for figuring out where people's pockets are and how much money they have. I size them real good before I relieve them of their valuables. Maybe don't say that in a court of law. He just admitted to being a pickpocket right here in court. Does the witness hold that this Tenmataro entered the foyer? Power of psychology, threatening people. Darn right I do.
Hold it!
Well, you're not gonna brush it all off by claiming the perp was short. Must have hit a raw nerve, cause you ain't that tall yourself. Hey! Look who's talking, mister. I've got to stand on a box just to testify. That's true, he is standing on a box. I forget if there's a way to hide the... Oh yeah, huh? Yeah, there we go. He is standing on an orange box. A fruit crate, as it were. I'm just taking it in. Give me a second. Anyway, Mr. Filch, correct me if I'm wrong. But didn't you say the Tenmataro you saw had a staff? Cross my heart, hope to die. I know, 'cause it went a jingle and a jangle. And where do you suppose that staff came from? The staff, you say? Well,
Hold it!
I suppose you mean to say that Jinxie Tenma entered the Forbidden Chamber to get one. Well, I ain't never seen a staff like that in the manor. So it had to be the Forbidden Chamber. Oh, the tea. It was a nice bit of bitterness at the end there. Ugh. Gave me shivers. Good shit. Oh really, the stench of LaBelle is thick in the air today. Jinxie entered the Forbidden Chamber after the incident. Then she took the staff and tried to cover up her actions by pretending to be Tenmataro. I guess that's what Filch is trying to say? But Jinxie... There is one thing I was wondering about. Why did that yokai have a staff in the first place? Well, I got my hunches about that. He was gonna use it to wallop me. I'm pretty sure the thing to do is present the key here. But... wallop you? And why would the so-called yokai want to do that? That little maid gal never did like me. She always hightails it when I come round or sticks these weird papers on my noggin. She probably thinks of him as the dreaded Tanuki monster of QB Manor or something. Need to prove that Jinxie isn't Tenmataro. I have not watched the 2012 Phoenix Wright live-action film. through Temataro might be easier than you think. Really? Now's our chance. A chance to expose the real Temataro for all to see. Ugh, my goodness. Tell you what I might do. Give me just a second. What if I
I'll cut a bloody path.
I will cut a bloody path. Yes, I do believe that's better. Okay then. I think I will be turning off my face for the rest of stream. Give me 1 second. No, my face, it was doing fine. It's just one of those nights, you know. I'm still like, I'm fine to stream. I would stop if I wasn't. But I'm just, you know. Give me 1 second. How's that one? Yeah, sure. There you go. A suitable substitute. Probably. Or perhaps... maybe we could do a point. It'd be going the wrong way. Like so. Yeah, it's going the wrong way though. And if I flipped it, it would look weird. Oh hey, they got up in stretch time. Yeah, sure, give me 1 second. Oh, was it this one? This one? They're about the same. I will do that. Here. Okie dokie. I also went and ran my empty mug to the kitchen. Kitchen real quick. Okay. Oh, I really do feel a bit better now. I turned down the lights in my room, which is why I turned off my face, because it's too dark for it to track. I feel better. This is good. Objection!
Objection!
It would seem that Tenmataro was in fact not this innocent little girl. France! Huh? How do you figure that? You claimed the Tenmataro you saw had one of those staves from the Forbidden Chamber. But it would have been impossible for Miss Tenma to get a hold of one. Care to elaborate, Mr. Justice? The mayor swallowed this key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber. What's this? This key was deep in the mayor's stomach when Miss Tenma discovered the crime scene. So you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the Forbidden Chamber. In short, the Tenmataro seen holding that staff could not have been Jinxie Tenma. Ah! Ah! What? Got him. Order, order, order. But then who does the defense believe was impersonating Tenmataro? I'm so glad you asked. Our Tenmataro impersonator—
Objection!
Such accusations beg evidence. Yeah, no, our client swallowed that key. He regurgitated it in the fucking detention center. Aside from his ghastly appearance, can you prove he is the yokai we seek? Yes, in fact, I can. Very well, let's see where the defense is going with this. Mr. Justice, please show us proof as to the true identity of the Tenmataro impersonator. Take that.
Take that!
We found this hand cream in the Forbidden Chamber. And we know that whoever was Tenmataro took one of the staves out of there. In short, I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yokai impersonator we're looking for. Mr. Justice, how do you propose to identify the hand cream's owner? I'm glad you asked, Your Honor. The defense requests a fingerprint analysis on this piece of evidence. It might tell us who it belongs to. Apollo? Apollo. Interesting, so you expect to find the yokai's prints there. Very well, I hereby call a short recess while we wait for the fingerprint results. But no need for that, Your Boldness. We have the prints of everyone at the manor that day. You called Prosecutor Black Quill! He, I think he forgot that this is part of his exclusive brand that literally only he has access to. I think he forgot. Could anyone be more whipped? That certainly is a word that you used. Oh boy. Fulbright, analyze this for prints. You have 3 minutes. Your wish is my command. Very well then, I guess we'll just wait right here. Maybe if they were manacled by the throat. It would seem the fingerprint analysis is complete. What do the results show? What in the world? They're Florent Labelle's prints, aren't they? This is absurd. Prosecutor Blackquill? I'm not gonna like this, am I? Don't tell me. They're Tenmataro's prints? Fingerprint analysis has revealed that the prints belong to... Phineas Filch. You fucking stole it! God!
Objection!
Wait, what? What?! Then Mr. LaBelle wasn't the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber? Guys. Guys. Okay.
Objection!
Why, you tricksy little tanuki. Explain yourself now. Sure, them prints are mine. I mean, I did pilfer that hand cream from Mr. LaBelle after all. Noro, hello. Hello, welcome. Hello, hello, hello. Were you doing a Hades too? Doing a Hades nuts? Fucking got him. Hello. We have we have a man here. We have a very silly man here. Ooh, nice, 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 nice. Good job almost killing Grandpa. I did pilfer Mr. LaBelle after all. So you're the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber. So what if I did, my dude? Got a problem with it? Yipes! You fool of a tanuki. Order, order, order. Mr. Justice, care to explain what this could mean? Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber. I wish, Nero. I wish it was truly. Wait a second. Does this mean that the Tenmataro holding that staff was Phineas Filch? Yipes! Another cat out of the bag. Wait, are you just trying to take the fall for LaBelle because he told you to? That's absolutely what you're doing. Mr. Filch is Tenmataro? I don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer? The witness will explain himself this instant. Begging your pardon, your honorship, but I was just doing what the alderman told me. He wanted me to be Tenmataro in the village exorcism ritual. Ah, okay, well that's... Okay, that's... yeah. Oh, you mean that event at the Ninetales Vale Festival. So that was you inside the Tenmataro costume. Yep, and after the event I went to watch that pro wrestling program. But it bored me to tears on account of the wrestlers being complete jobbers. So he didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match. That's when I looked at the Tenmataro costume and got a great idea. Nobody can tell it's me while I'm wearing it. And 'cause of them superstitions, no matter what I do, the villagers won't say a word. In other words, you use the superstitions to effectively render yourself invisible. Why did you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place? 'Cause of the treasure there! Thought that was my big chance to sneak on in and nab it. Treasure. Only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it, said there's an amazing treasure in there. He went in there not knowing his grandfather had already pilfered it. Guess that's one tale that didn't get passed down from grandpappy to grandson. Wait, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? There was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day. Plus, the mayor swallowed the only key that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. You couldn't have possibly gotten in. I could through the air vent in the foyer. The vent's left of the alderman's picture. Oh yeah, it sure is. I went on it and made a nice little hole. Used that to get into the air duct that leads to the forbidden chamber, I did. You fucking what? But how's that even possible? Wait a sec. Remember that air vent in the forbidden chamber? I do. The one that you said, oh well, I guess that's not relevant to the case. So Mr. Filch found a way to get into that air duct. Wait, so... Alright, well fuck our whole case then, because if that was you in there, then how, and who, and why, and so on. Whatever, we'll just see where this goes. And that's how he got from the foyer vent to the Forbidden Chamber vent. So Tenmataro was nothing more than a cat burglar, or rather a tanuki burglar. And we're back to being without anyone to charge for the alderman's murder. Looks like our so-called yokai is nothing more than one big troublemaker. Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing to the foyer? I got out of that costume right quick. Would have just caused trouble at that point. And where is that costume now? Heck if I know. And it ain't my fault if you never find it. The police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in that manor. What if it was tossed outside the manor? Oh my fucking god. He threw it out the window, and someone took a picture. No way! But maybe, just maybe. The defense seems to have hit upon an idea. Well, go on, Mr. Justice. Go off, King! Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here? A window.
Take that!
Did you toss it out the window? Because that would certainly explain why it didn't turn up inside the manor. You think I tossed it out the window? That costume cost me a pretty penny. So what? So why would I go to do something like that? I can think of a few reasons. Any bright ideas, Apollo? Well, assuming the costume really was tossed out from the window, then the next question would be, what happened to it after that? And if I'm right, I might have just the thing to prove what happened to the costume. Phineas Filch, I have just the evidence for you! Welcome back, Mittens. You do? This evidence proves you got rid of your Tenmataro costume through the window. Take that.
Take that!
Ah, that's... Tenmataro flying through the sky? Then just how does that prove Mr. Filch threw his costume out the window? It's quite shrimple. That's not Tenmataro in the photo. It's the costume Mr. Filch threw out. Oh, that's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are ya? There's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window, meaning the manor is pretty high up. The costume flew through the air after it was tossed out. That's when the photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Tenmataro really was a flight of fancy. What? Yikes! I think Black Quill might be dying over there. Oh my! Oh, what? Oh, yikes. Oh, fun. What an evening you have had. There really never was a yokai. Oh, I can't keep any of them cats bagged. Can I still file a claim for the lost costume? This more than proves the defense's position. Jinxie Tenma had nothing to do with staging the yokai sighting. Care to raise any objections, Prosecutor Blackquill? None whatsoever. I'll deal with that tricksy Tanuki after I've dealt with this case. We did it! We did, yes. I'm feeling about 75% this evening. As opposed to my usual, like, I don't know, maybe like 92. Meh. Meh. What a night. Good going. Now all we have to do is make Florent Labelle take the stand.
Objection!
Oh, hey, an objection. You got one now. Sheathing the sword a bit early, are we not? Eh? Nothing has been proven beyond a doubt. Take this tricksy little Tanuki, for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber? Probably the same way he got in, through the chamber's air vent. And what of the feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime? They would suggest that the Tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air vent.
Objection!
But the Forbidden Chamber doesn't open from the inside. So what you're saying makes no sense. Right? Someone on the outside opened the door for you. Isn't that right? Yep, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprung right open.
Hold it!
Sprung right open? Who was on the other side? Didn't get a good look on account of the sudden glare. Like how the reflection from my head blinds fellow moviegoers emerging from the dark. That's when I snatched that staff and made my daring escape. And then that little maid gal spotted me as I hightailed it down the hall. That means the Forbidden Chamber wasn't opened until after the crime was discovered. But wait. We still don't know who opened it. It was a yokai, my goodness. Maybe there really was a third person in the Fox Chamber.
Objection!
Well, you little Tanuki. When the Forbidden Chamber opened, did you see the accused passed out there? Nope. Only one there was the alderman, and he was dead as a doornail. Chua? If the accused wasn't there, what do you suppose he was up to? Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going. Ah, don't tell me. Plainly, the only one who could have opened the Forbidden Chamber was the accused Damien Tenma.
Hold it!
Wait a second! There had to be somebody else besides Mayor Tenma there. Really? And who might that be? Oh, well, that would be...
Objection!
It seems our feisty little lass has forgotten the most important thing. Evidence. I didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to details. Miss Sykes, you can't prove your point without proof of some sort. It's a proven fact. Was it proven by proof? Sorry. Guess I put my foot in my mouth again. No, Athena, we're definitely onto something here. We are? Think about it. If Filch was stuck inside the Forbidden Chamber, one of the alibis we heard would no longer hold any water. The defense would like to call a new witness to the stand. Someone who knew Mr. Filch was stuck in the Forbidden Chamber. And by virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up. Ah, not that insufferable. Very well, the court will hear what Mr. Justice has to say.
Take that!
Why, that's the defendant's aide, Florent Labelle. Didn't he claim to be in the foyer at the time of the crime? Trucy, how could you? Oh, I was just hydrating, but I can hydrate again. True. But in his alibi, he also claimed Mr. Filch was in the foyer too. However, as we all know now, Mr. Filch was not there with Mr. LaBelle at that time. In short, Mr. LaBelle's alibi has disappeared. Ah! Florent LaBelle's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch? I reckon there ain't no keeping that cat in the bag here neither. It was all Mr. LaBelle's idea. He told me he'd button his lip about me breaking into the Forbidden Chamber, and in return he said we'd vouch for each other's alibi. Shame on you, Mr. Filch. Perjury is a serious crime, you know. Really, no one seems to take it all that seriously. It happens all the time. Aw, shucks. Mercy, Your Honorship, mercy. Ah! Good bird. I also assert that the person who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch was none other than Florent LaBelle. Perjury. Boo. Boo! After all, his alibi has just been proven to be a complete fabrication. I see. We will take a 20-minute recess, after which time we will see what Mr. LaBelle has to say for himself. Yes! We're finally gonna drag that slippery snake onto the stand. In the meantime, the prosecution will question Mr. LaBelle about these new allegations. April 19th, 10:25 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Yes! We did it, Apollo! We finally dragged Mr. LaBelle into court. Yeah. Hey, why the long face? I can't help but feel I'm missing something important. Plus, Prosecutor Blackwill's bound to mount a counterattack. You really are a worrywart, aren't you? It'll be fine! That mystery figure who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch had to have been Florent LaBelle. I know, but that's not what's bugging me. I wish I could put my finger on it, though. At any rate, the big showdown with Mr. LaBelle is up next, so chin up, Apollo. April 19th, 11 a.m., District Court. Courtroom number 4. Oh god, he's the Joker now. Oh no. Court is back in session. Our next witness is... Oh god, he's the Joker. Yes, I'm acting on behalf of the mayor in this very important matter. It seems the witness is predisposed at the moment. Surely you jest. I will hold you to your promise, remember that. Oh, my deepest apologies. This is Florent LaBelle, personal aide to Mayor Tenma. Or should I say, the accused. Ouch, more like the poor mayor. Like the poor mayor hasn't suffered enough. Well, what business do you have with me? I'm a very busy man, so let's make this as brief as possible. Your baldness. Ah, right. Mr. Filch's testimony has revealed a hole in your alibi. And for this reason, you are suspected of having some sort of connection with the case at hand. To think I'd be associated with this entirely lurid affair. Well, I'm not, so may I go now? I have very important matters to attend to.
Objection!
I don't think so, Mr. LaBelle. Do you realize what a serious crime you've committed? Witness, you are being accused of perjury. This is your chance to clear the air. Fine. The truth is I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. You see, as his personal aide, I felt I had to protect him. Sorry! You think this is funny? Are you some kind of clown? There's some kind of fucking Joker man? Without your alibi, you're a suspect too! What were you really doing at the time of the crime? Peasant, how dare you accuse me, one of the beautiful people, of being... Stop stalling and tell the court what you were really doing at the time of the crime.
Silence!
Enough jabbering. Swords have been drawn. The time for talk is past. Swords? What swords? Social experiment. Sheep might have. This is a duel to the death. The fate of the accused rests in our hands. Begone, ye of cowardly heart. God fucking, he broke him again! The battlefield has no place for ye. Again? Oh my. Spare me, please! So much for sturdier shackles. Stop throwing things at me! Those chains hindered my vow that heads would roll this day. This gives keeping your head on in court a whole new meaning. Will the witness please deliver the accused's death knell? You know of what I speak. Most certainly. His goose is already cooked. Time to stick a fork in him. Whatever he has to say can't be good. As I told Prosecutor Blackquill during the recess, I rushed right over to the Fox chamber when I heard little Jinxie scream. What? Then, drumroll please, I saw Mayor Tenma opening the Forbidden Chamber doors. There you have it. The mystery man who opened the chamber door, as witnessed by one Phineas Filch. It was the accused. There was never any third party. Oh, and that's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime. Startling sounds bad. Oh no. The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed the alderman. Oh dear. That's right. The mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there. Yeah, no. He's lied in court before, but this time he's definitely telling the truth. I didn't see what the judge said. I assume it was something like, what? Order. Order in the court. He confessed? It was. This is quite conclusive testimony, if it stands. Yeah, we need proof. You're always talking to me about evidence and shit. Where's your evidence? Just so, and quite astonishing, I might add. I only learned of this fact during the recess. I just love surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Consider it a gift from me to you. No way. I don't believe Mr. LaBelle heard the mayor confess. But is this really true? Did Mayor Tenma really confess? It is indeed. During that last recess, I confirmed it with the mayor's daughter. Oh, well then. It would seem Mayor Tenma actually did confess. My testimony is quite favorable to the prosecution's. This is LaBelle. Yes, I called earlier about the party reservations. That's right, and I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Tenma's Conviction Gala. A splendid time is guaranteed for all but the mayor and his defense. Well, as it seems our witness is a very busy man, let's get right to his testimony. Mr. LaBelle, please tell us what you saw when you came upon the scene of the crime. What LaBelle saw? I was in the hallway, hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Why were you hiding? Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up, and opened the Forbidden Chamber. You know what? You're so right, Mittens. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end. Wait, so then where the fuck was Jinxie? I must say, this is a shocking revelation. Quite unexpected. To think the defendant actually confessed then and there to his crime. Perhaps the guilt was too much to bear. Oh, perhaps the guilt was too much to bear, so he confided in his daughter. You do realize you should not have withheld such crucial testimony from the court. Once again, sorry. My bad. It's just I feared being accused if I mentioned coming upon that most unpleasant scene. Ugh. Why did the mayor's confession have to be brought up by this guy? We better do something before the judge declares the mayor guilty. As a death row inmate once told me in years gone by, there is a time to fight and a time to yield. A time to live and a time to die. You gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. He's laying it on real thick now. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Depending on who you are. Why were you hiding?
Hold it!
You claim that the bear confessed to his daughter. Are you sure about that? Peasant, you wouldn't dare ask such a question if you truly understood. True beauty is never wrong. It's not? No, beauty is carved deep in the DNA. True beauty comes from the heart. It is a thing without shame, to which notions of gender don't apply. Don't ever be afraid, Cloud. That means I'm programmed to always be right, even when I'm wrong. I'm not following. These exquisite ears, like flowers of blue. These eyes that shine like pearls. This hair like the finest silk. Nothing can corrupt the truth they hold. An expression of the heart. True beauty is an expression of the heart. That was it. Yeah, no, she's a game-exclusive character. Right. The witness will hurry up and explain this truth of his. Specifically, what
Hold it!
How did Miss Tenma appear to you? Oh, the poor little thing seemed positively heartbroken, all teary-eyed and whatnot. I couldn't help but shed a few tears myself after seeing her like that. He actually sympathized with Jinxie? Seems like an overly human emotion for him. Get his ass. Yeah, because he's the only real monster we've seen so far, in looks and in character. The next thing I did was check my face in the mirror. Checked your face? Why? To behold the beauty that is my sadness. Why else? Apollo, I'm starting to lose all faith in humanity. I don't blame you. I know the feeling, but hang in there. At least keep faith in our client. Let's keep this moving, shall we? So what happened next?
Hold it!
He opened the forbidden chamber. Though why would he do that? Who knows? Maybe he wanted to free the demon Tenmataru.
Objection!
The courtroom is no place for fairy tales. Remember, you are under oath. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Yes, I will certainly explore the matter. Toodles! Now, where were we again? You were gonna tell us the real reason why the mayor opened the forbidden chamber. Oh yes, of course. Hello, this is the bell. Oh, good one, sir. You're an absolute riot. Okay, bye. You were saying? Never mind. This is a waste of time. He's just going to tell more lies. The witness will focus on his testimony, not his phone calls. Now tell the court what you did after you saw the mayor open the forbidden chamber. Well, after that... What was Mr. Filch like at the time? He was shouting, "I can't see, I can't see. It's the curse of Tenmataro." Then he took off running like a madman. He must have been blinded by the sudden light flooding in. Wrong. What? He set eyes upon me, and was thus blinded by my radiant beauty. I hate you. So it was the curse of Florent the Bell rather than Tenmataro? Yes, I'm afraid such beauty can be a curse. It's almost criminal. The only thing criminal here is your ceaseless jabbering. Now get on with your testimony. Oh, forgive me, your darkness. Let's see. Oh yes, I fled for dear life from Tenmataro and...
Hold it!
So after you fled into the hallway with the phone at the end, Tenmataro ran off towards the foyer. Precisely. Notice any inconsistencies, Apollo? Yeah. Where the fuck did Jinxie go? Well, Jinxie also saw Tenmataro, right? She did. She said they passed each other in the hall after she made that call to the police. Well, if LaBelle had fled down the hall where that phone is, Jinxie would have seen him when she was returning from making her call. Alright. And if she saw him, she would have definitely asked him for help. Right. It just doesn't make any sense. Time to review the evidence. Yes, I'm waiting for the assessment. Very bad. Okay. Let's see. Do we still have... Zoom in the hallway? Because there was no one else in the hall. France!
Objection!
Laurent LaBelle, you're lying about having witnessed these events from the hallway. What on earth do you mean? Yeah, scared to fill the rest of us in, Mr. Justice? If Mr. LaBelle had really fled into the hall with the phone in it, he would have crossed paths with Miss Tenma. What's this? After she discovered the crime scene, she immediately went to call the police. Then, after making her call, she went back to the main hallway, whereupon she encountered the demon, yokai, or whatever you want to call it. Well. As for me, I call it Phineas Filch in a Tenmataro costume. The encounter happened right where the hallways meet. As for Mr. LaBelle, if he had fled here, feigning escape from the yokai imposter... Why yes, the two would have crossed paths. Right, except Miss Tenma told us that there was no one else in the hall. In short, Miss Tenma did not see you in the hall because you were never really there. Ah, my eyes, my beautiful eyes! Huh, not such a fabulous scent now, is it? Amazing. But Mr. Justice, the witness also stated that he heard the mayor confess. If he was lying about hearing the confession from the hall, then where was he when he heard it? Inside the Fox Chamber, where else? But isn't that within the very crime scene? It is, Your Honor, and that means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's the third party I've been alleging this whole time. What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you?
Silence!
Foolish fop. A true man knows when he is beaten. A shield of lies comes to naught before a foe with the sword of truth bared. I mean, I guess I appreciate that you're like, dude, give it up. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you? I thought we were on the same side. You are mistaken. There are no sides here, save for my cold, steely edge of judgment. That's what he calls it. You are alone upon this battlefield, with naught but your lies and sickly sweet perfume. Oh, he's sweating! Oh, the hair dye! It's gonna run down his face! Yeah! No, no, R10, he has to earn it. He has to earn it. He hasn't. He hasn't yet. Whoa, what just happened? Blackwell's really tearing into him. You heard the mayor's confession from the inside, did you not, you deviant dandy? You know, I did think that... I didn't read Dandy at first. I'm tired. I'm real tired. I did not read Dandy, I read Daddy. For the sole location from which you could have seen and heard the mayor and the Tanuki. Without either of them noticing you were right there in the Fox Chamber. Wait, what? Run that by me again? For the sole location from which you could have heard. The location in which you could have seen and heard the mayor and the Tanuki without either of them noticing you were... Oh, whatever. Too damn. Oh my. So that's how it's going to be. Fine, I'll come clean then. Seriously? You admit to being there in the Fox Chamber? I do. I did enter the room after the murder. But I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. I feel terrible about lying like that, but it's a verbal cologne I use to protect myself. You better explain yourself, Mr. LaBelle. Libel? Like, I wonder if it's a play on no, it's it could be a play on libel. But I'm slightly more inclined to believe that it's just LaBelle. C'est français. Yes, of course. I was just about to get to that. I have a video on my watch later list on YouTube that's the explanation of every single name, every, like, joke name in the Ace Attorney franchise. I haven't watched it yet because spoilers. But, I'll get there eventually. I also have an Ace Attorney visual covered music video thing for Bad Apple. How long is the video? Long. Like, at least an hour, I think. Yeah, I too really like Bad Apple. I've fallen into a hole of sorts of whenever YouTube recommends me a weird Bad Apple cover, I simply must watch it. I simply must. Like, Bad Apple on a fucking, I don't know, an Atari 36 whatever. On a Commodore fucking whatever. You know? Bad Apple carved onto actual apples. It's just, it's so fascinating. I love this shit. Bad Apple projected on a map of counties in the United States. It's addicting. It's so fun. bad apple, but it's the groceries you need to throw out. Exactly. The witness is skating on very thin ice. I'll remind you that perjury is a very serious crime. Now let's hear your testimony again, this time without your perfume of lies. Boom, boom. In the Fox Chamber. I did enter the Fox Chamber after the murder, but I didn't enter until after Jinxie had heard the confession and left. I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there. What I saw there up close, it was absolutely horrifying. So you see, I was there, but merely watching from behind the screen. From behind the screen? Why, yes, I believe you wouldn't be spotted if you were there. Am I crazy for remembering that Jinxie was like, no one could have been behind the screen? I think I'm crazy for remembering that. I don't remember. Just so. He could see everything without being spotted by the victim or that Tanuki Filch. Suffice to say, he was a mere witness to the events, rather than an actual third party. Yeah, probably. I might be making it up. This guy's as slippery as an eel. Apollo, you think he's telling the truth? No! Well, he was in the Fox Chamber, so at least that much must be true. The defense may cross-examine our slightly voyeuristic witness? I don't know if I would use voyeuristic for a murder, but okay. Sure. I mean, I know that the word itself doesn't have any implications. It just means, like, you know, like a person who's watching, a voyeur. But, like, come on. Come on!
Hold it!
Why in the world would you enter that grisly crime scene? Why? Because I was worried sick. Mayor Tenma's suit, it what? It was designed personally by me. I was worried my work of art might get blood on it. This man clearly has his priorities in order. Deviant daddy voyeur. Deviant daddy voyeur, deviant daddy voyeur. Okay, let's get this over with, shall we? Now, where was I? Oh yeah, so I entered the Fox Chamber almost without thinking.
Hold it!
Why didn't you enter right away? And ruin my designer shoes. Your shoes? Even now, just thinking about getting blood on my fabulous footwear sends chills down my spine. That's why I hesitated.
Objection!
You're waiting for the blood to dry? That's terrible. A man was dying and another was injured and you're worried about your shoes?
Silence!
Need I remind you, this is a court of law. We are not teaching morality here. We have schools of etiquette and the like for such trivial pursuits. Oh, we playing Trivial Pursuit? Gah. Now you listen to me, you deceptive dandy. Get to the point and be quick about it. Yes, well, I was there in the Fox Chamber, but...
Hold it!
Wait a second. Why did you hide yourself? Oh my, so you do understand. I do? By hiding, I was concealing my fabulous beauty, which, for the sake of the universe, is something I should never ever do. That's what you were thinking, right? No. I'm sensing a black hole of egocentricity forming around the witness stand. We can deliberate his mental process another time. Get on with the testimony, now. Well, regarding the murder scene.
Hold it!
Could you describe the crime scene in a bit more detail? And what exactly would you like details about? Well, what I'd like to ask you about is... What was the status of the Forbidden Chamber at that time? Could you please describe the Forbidden Chamber at the time? It was shut tight until the mayor opened it. You're really trying to stress that it was the mayor who opened the Forbidden Chamber. Big liar. He opened it himself. Whoa, if looks could kill, LaBelle would be toast. Mr. Justice, do you consider his statement to be of any importance? Is it important? I'm gonna go with no for now. I think I should ask about the feathers. Yes, because Jinxie mentioned that the feathers and tracks weren't there. The witness may proceed. I would just like to add that it was a terrible good...
Hold it!
Whoops. I meant to go back, whatever. The mayor had been knocked out by a blow to the head. Could he really have opened the Forbidden Chamber in that state? Well, it did seem difficult. He was all woozy and stumbling around as he opened it. It was such a heroic effort that I nearly started to cheer him on despite myself. Very, Killer Clowns from Outer Space of you. What are you gonna do, knock my block off? I don't know. What a question. I think the mayor needed medical attention more than a cheerleader. Think he's telling the truth about being there in that room? Yes and no. Question is, when did he enter? Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Hold it!
Feathers and tracks, please. What do you remember about the yokai feathers and tracks? They resulted when Tenmataro exited the Forbidden Chamber. He came out in quite a rush, scattering feathers this way and that. Did you immediately know it was Mr. Filch? I did, and that's why I suggested we cook up our alibis together. And how did those practice sessions go? They were nearly the death of me. Filchy has to be the worst student ever. He really doesn't think he's done anything wrong, does he? Importance. Yes. Request to be out of the testimony. Weren't there before the Fox Chamber was opened. Oh. Wait, no, before the Fox Chamber was opened. Do I have... Hey, the crime scene. Or fucking get up and stretch chime. I was reading crime scene. Weren't there before the Fox Chamber was opened. Hang on. I'll get up and stretch real quick. Okay. And weren't there before the Fox Chamber was opened.
Hold it!
They were left there by Mr. Filch, weren't they? They were indeed, and it was quite a shock when I saw that yokai. Can't imagine how terrifying it must have been to see this face emerging from the darkness. Okay, so he's not even reality TV grade handsome. Can we move on now? Holly, you think that statement's important? I don't think there's anything particularly unusual there, so let's keep going. Huh. Perhaps I was wrong.
Hold it! I'll cut a bloody path.
I will! I will cut a bloody path. Murder weapon? Stay of the weapons that had been used at the scene. The spear had been thrust all the way through Alderman Cubey. Then there was that statue the Alderman used to bludgeon Mayor Tenma. That incredibly inspiring symbol had fallen to the floor. That's it. Statue, but why would you find it inspiring? Why exactly did you find the statue inspiring? Oh! Well, when I saw that statue, I felt as if the merger had been realized. It was like a celebration of union between town and village, an inspiring symbol of goodwill. A broken statue next to a bloody corpse. Real inspiring. That's important. Very important. So important. The most. Vital. Extremely important. And fall to the floor. It was a token of goodwill celebrating the municipal merger. Fucking Jackson.
Objection!
Your lies have finally betrayed you, Monsieur Labelle. What possibly could you mean? You said the statue was like a celebration of union between town and village. Is that correct? It is indeed, but what of it? The two yokai are joining hands in goodwill, as if they were celebrating the municipal merger. Something the matter? So how did you really know that this statue was meant to be a symbol of goodwill again? What? Justice Dono, explain yourself, and make it quick. This statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. Secret? Whatever do you mean? What I mean is that it broke when someone used it to strike Mayor Tenma on the head. What's left clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling it out. The statue's secret and its true form were lost inside that locked room. For Miss Tenma is the only living soul who should know what it once looked like. So, Mr. Labelle, where could you have possibly seen the statue in its original form? What do you mean, where? The only possible answer is this. You saw the statue in its original form, right there in the room where the alderman was murdered before it was broken. How dare you? Mr. Justice, are you accusing the witness of some sort of crime? Yes. Yes, I am. Laurent Labelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex Kilby. Ah. Stop spraying shit in your eyes, dummy. Mr. Labelle, you've been accused of murder. Do you have anything to say in your defense? How could you possibly accuse me, the embodiment of beauty? Way to go, Apollo. This is the conclusive evidence we needed. Magnifico! We've got you now. We know you killed the alderman. Now admit it.
Silence!
Enough of your silly games, Justice Dono. This prancing peacock could not possibly be the killer. And why the fuck not?
Objection!
What are you talking about? His alibi has already crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the Fox chamber while it was still locked tight.
Silence!
Stop telling me to be quiet! Why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was close friends with the alderman. Ergo. Yes, that's right. I clearly remember it now. Alderman QB told me about it. About what the statue actually looked like. I mean, he was a good friend of mine.
Objection!
Yeah, right. He wouldn't show you a secret gift just like that.
Silence!
Moreover, it has already been proven that he was not present at the scene of the crime. It has? Forgotten, have we? Recall the little scam's statement, if you will. When Jinxie Tenma unlocked the Fox Chamber, she saw the alderman and the mayor collapsed therein, and no one else. He just said he was hiding behind the screen. Oh, dang it. The fact is, it was you two who made that apparent in yesterday's court session. Thus, Florent Lebel could not possibly have been in that locked room. No! I just don't get it. How could Jinxie not have seen Lebel? He just said he was hiding behind the screen. Why could he not have done that earlier? The proof is incontrovertible. No room for debate exists. Am I not right, your boldness? It does seem awfully conclusive. The facts point to the defendant and victim being the only people in that locked room. Moreover, the defendant has already confessed.
Objection! Silence!
Oh, You cannot defend the indefensible. Your role in this charade is over, Justice Dono. But... Your boldness. This trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades with these simpletons. It is high time you brought down the hammer of justice. Point well made. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. I don't believe that at all. The court finds the defendant Damien Tenma. Hold it! Yep.
Go! Go! It would seem that my time is at hand.
Mayor Tenma?
Counselor, there is a matter to which I must testify. I recall it now only for your good graces.
Counselor? Oh, right, he must mean me. Has he finally remembered what happened before that blow to his head? Bailiff, don't just stand there, seize him. It's no good, I can't restrain him. What do you mean?
Know me and despair. For I am Tenma Taro, demon lord of the yokai.
Okay. Mr. Justice, do something! Since when am I responsible for court security? Apollo, this is our chance. We might get some new information out of him. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he is a yokai! When you put it that way. Still, I believe testimony by a yokai is unprecedented in the legal world. Unprecedented in absurdity, more like. Alright then, Mr. Damien Tenma, or should I say Mr. Tenma Taro. Your testimony, please.
I shall now speak of recollections most real, courtesy of my host, Damien Tenma. Heed these words, mortals, for hear them but once you shall. Caw.
Unless I ask you to repeat yourself, which might happen. The ruler of demonkind. Sick.
Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly, 2 yokai did appear. On one side I, Tenmataro, ruler of demonkind, and on the other, my mortal enemy, the 9-tailed fox. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So is the defendant asserting that the room he was in was very dark at the time?
Strange as it may be, yes indeed, all was in darkness.
And the part about Tenmataro and the 9-tailed fox being there?
Yes, that too. Tenmataro towered overhead, and the 9-tailed fox glittered gold.
Oh boy.
I call animal abuse, Your Honor.
It would seem the defendant's recollections are not to be trusted.
Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are still a bit fuzzy. As if half-dreamt that happening lingers in his mind.
Apollo. Maybe I can help here. Please do. Really? Oh, you mean... Yeah, I can hear it. The discord in his heart. I sense an unusual emotion in the mayor's memory of the event. Okay, I just hope our findings don't come back to haunt us. Again. I'm sure it'll be fine. Whoop! Up! Kokoro. Ow, my eyes. And I'm in the darkness. Suddenly 2 yokai did appear. And all ruler in kind.
Got it!
Got-y. When the 9-tailed fox appeared, you not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well.
Joy? Perhaps it was joy at the light coming to my eyes at long last. A long and terrible creaking did pierce the silence, and then there was light. Ow. On reflection, it was a door that did produce that infernal racket.
A creaking door.
Squeak!
You must be talking about the Forbidden Chamber door. It does make a lot of noise. So this means the Forbidden Chamber really was opened. But what about the sudden light he described? I think I know. He mentioned darkness and Tenmataro towering overhead. Maybe the mayor wasn't really in the Fox Chamber at the time of the crime. Mr. Mayor, did the darkness that you were in happen to be here? Were you in the Forbidden Chamber?
Take that!
The Forbidden Chamber? Was it not the Fox Chamber where the murder did occur?
Yes, but it all makes sense if you were in the Forbidden Chamber. That terrible creaking sound was probably the Forbidden Chamber's door opening. And the towering Tenmataro you saw? Most likely Forbidden Chamber statue.
Why, yes, that would explain it.
The darkness and the staff in the demon's grasp. But even if all that's true, then what about the 9-tailed fox? Maybe he was seeing things, just like Jinxie and her imaginary yokai. Fantastico, Apollo! It's entirely possible. In a groggy, dreamlike state, people can misremember things and events.
Misremember, you say? Let me think.
I do believe I remember now. That was not the 9-tailed fox. It was
the amazing 9-tails.
Common mistake. What? The amazing 9-tails?
At first, this is but a dream, I thought. Now, however, most clearly do I recall it.
It was the amazing 9-tails who did open the Forbidden Chamber's door. Okay. I'm sorry I asked. The Amazing Ninetales? But that was the victim, Alderman Cubey, right? Yeah, why would he open the Forbidden Chamber? Wasn't he trying to keep it sealed? Never mind that, this is completely new information. Let me enter it and run an update. There's a mighty statue of Tenmatar loomed overhead. Door did open, and a shaft of light did pierce the gloom. The Amazing Ninetales had come to the rescue. What do you suppose the Amazing Ninetales was up to? Good question. Why help an enemy like that? Well, at least now we know why the room suddenly lit up. Must have been a huge relief for the mayor. I mean, just thinking about being trapped in that pitch-black room freaks me out. Okay.
Got it!
No?
No.
I thought maybe it was because it was like if he stopped being scared for a second. This isn't a game of Where's Emo? Wait, what? I gotta go. Again. Maybe why were you scared of Ninetales?
Got it!
There we go. When the Amazing Ninetales opened the chamber, banishing the darkness within, you felt joy, but didn't you also feel shock and sadness?
Yes, in the hazy depths of my mind, I do recall something of that nature. I believe it was the fiend's cape of red, for when I did behold it, a great wave of sadness did inexplicably wash over me. Okay, getting there. A cape of red? Apollo, we've reduced the noise level. Oh, but there's still a little left. Mayor Tenma, why were you sad when you saw the red cape? Why indeed?
What could this mean? Guess his memory is still a little spotty. I know because his latest recollection contradicts the evidence. Yeah, it's one of those contradictions that slaps you right across the face. Something this obvious could arise when someone is trying to force a fuzzy memory into a definitive shape. Apollo, I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see. Oh, so it's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process. Time to review the evidence. Look out, contradiction, here comes justice! Yeah, no. Fucking objection?
Objection!
Yeah. You said the Amazing Ninetales cape was red. Are you sure about that?
Yes, well, I do believe it was a red cape I saw, but...
No, it wasn't, bitch! Mayor Tenma! Does this cape look red to you?
Oh, that certainly does not look red. Not even scarlet or crimson either.
Nevertheless, upon my liberation, something red did fill my eyes as fill my as-yet hazy field of view. And I thought to myself, ah, the amazing Ninetales is arrayed in a cape of red. Oh. So you mistook that red something for his cape, huh? Apparently so, and remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me. The red something probably wasn't a cape after all. No, it was fucking blood. Maybe that great sadness he mentioned is what's interfering with his memory. Well, he would have seen the fox chamber behind the amazing Ninetales. What red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking? Huh. I know. Could it have been... Mr. Mayor, was the red thing you saw this? Well, I was counting on it being some blued. Is it a picture?
Take that!
Take that? Something red that could produce a deep sadness. Could it be, Mr. Tenma, that what you saw was the alderman's blood? Blood? Why, yes. It was blood. Ah! Ooh, ah. Ow. It's all coming back to me now. Well, it wasn't a red cape that I saw. It was lying behind the amazing Ninetales, the alderman's bloody body. Eek! Nice. Bye-bye. His noise level's down to 0. I think he's remembered everything now. Does this mean the amazing Ninetales killed Alderman QB? But the alderman was the amazing Ninetales, so how exactly would that work? Take his outfit? Yeah, I asked you first. Well, Mr. Justice, you sure know how to make a complicated matter even more complicated. True, but at the time of the crime, our client was in the Forbidden Chamber. Moreover...
Silence!
Boy, don't you think this strange? The little scamp has already confirmed her father to be in the Fox Chamber. But she said naught about seeing the amazing Ninetales there. You just had to bring that up, didn't you? Jinxie didn't see LaBelle there either. So weird. Who really was in that room then? Would the defense care to share any theories with the court? Not really, but I'll do it anyway. Oh boy, can I? Can I though? Can you explain it? I mean, probably. Somewhere. Probably? Yeah, of course I can explain it, because if I don't, we're in serious trouble. Not with more of your bluffs and fairy tales, I trust. Fair warning, Justice Dono. I shall have your head if you fail to explain this. What about a good old-fashioned penalty? Let's see if you have a head worth keeping on your shoulders. First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox Chamber while it was locked. We also know that Mayor Tenma was in the Forbidden Chamber based on his testimony. These two facts are crucial to my explanation. So let us consider the following question. If the facts point to Florent LaBelle and the victim being there at the scene, why did Jinxie Tenma see the victim and her father, Mayor Tenma? Oh yeah, a very good question indeed, and I suppose you have an answer for us. Sadly you'd be supposing wrong. You think she could have mistaken LaBelle for the mayor? Not likely, but you know. Well, if she did, then the question is, why did she do that? How about that explanation, Mr. Justice? Oh, the white hair! I believe the time for questions is over. Laura Bell was at the scene of the crime. However, Jinxie Tenma has testified that she saw her father collapse there. If she has in fact misremembered the event, what could have made her do so? I mean, this is the only one that... Yeah, I guess. The figure Miss Tenma saw was not her father. It was Florent Lebel disguised as Damien Tenma.
Silence!
That is a complete impossibility. Their faces are utterly unalike. How could you explain that away with a mere disguise? Yes, they both do have incredibly distinctive faces. Maybe the disguise completely hid his face? I think Jinxie would have mentioned if she couldn't see her father's face. And if it was that sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it? Oh yeah. Your sword is as dull as your mind, Justice Darnell. Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of? I think I'll And that's how Apollo fucking died. Are you okay, Apollo? I'm not fine, am I? Well, now that we have that little fairy tale out of the way, your boldness, your verdict, if you will. Mr. Justice, I believe it's time for a verdict if you have no further arguments. What's even left for me to do? Apollo, remember what Mr. Wright always says. When you're stuck in a tight spot, turn the case upside down. Turn the case upside down? He does say that, doesn't he? But I don't quite see how it applies here. Still, never hurts to give it a try, I guess. Let's see. Rather than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. And rather than she didn't tell anyone about this disguise, maybe it was she couldn't talk about it. More precious than his own life. Never unmask himself in front of others. Our matches where wrestlers battled for the right to move each other's mask. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. And what about the fact that it was the amazing Ninetales who opened the door? A mask that can't be removed in front of others. Can these facts turn things around? We got it all backwards. Apollo? I think we might have made a huge mistake. Your boldness, I see no need to further indulge them in their silly little farce. The defense has no proof. They never did, and they never will. Then it seems I must announce my verdict.
Objection!
I do have proof! Do you now? Alright, but this better be good, Mr. Justice. We can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Tenma mistook Mr. Lebel for her father. Why she couldn't remove the costume or tell anyone about it in the first place. These riddles are inextricably linked to Mayor Tenma's secret identity. A shocking secret identity that will turn the entire premise of this case upside down! This piece of evidence clearly reveals Mayor Tenma's secret identity. White hair inside. My badge? Mask?
Ah! What absolute claptrap. Poppycock, balderdash!
We thought the alderman was the amazing Ninetails and the mayor was Tenmataro. That's why we believed the mayor killed the alderman in his lust for Ninetails' veil. And it was the basis for the prosecution's entire case against our client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. Mayor Tenma wasn't Tenmataro at all, he was the amazing Ninetails.
You'd best explain yourself, Justice Dono. And from where you derive such a far-fetched conclusion.
Jinxie, no doubt, knew the true identity of the amazing Ninetails, but she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the amazing Ninetails she saw passed out. Even though, unbeknownst to her, it was really Florent Lebel in disguise.
Silence!
The accused and that deceitful dandy are utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. The little scamp would have seen the difference. She was extremely distressed.
Objection!
Remember, Mr. Lebel has his very own brand of cosmetics. Why couldn't he fake a different build too? That's weak. And anyone speaking through a mask would naturally sound different.
Silence!
Why did she not simply pull the mask off? Oh, my dude, wrestler etiquette apparently.
Objection!
A masked wrestler's disguise is more precious than life itself. As a huge fan of the amazing Ninetails, she would never dare unmask him. This case of mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room.
Then by all means, Mr. Justice, answer it for us already.
First, Mr. Lebel entered the room where the mayor and the alderman were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative. Once the alderman was out cold... Hey, that cutscene you saw. That's when Mr. Lebel killed him. Next, he took the mayor, who he had also drugged, into the Forbidden Chamber. There, he returned to the Fox Chamber, slipped into some of the mayor's spare clothes, and completed the disguise by donning the amazing Ninetails mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. Lebel then let out a scream. The scream that led Jinxie Tenma to the scene. So then... the person who said I killed Alderman Cubey was... Yep, that was Florent Lebel in disguise. The mayor never actually confessed.
Silence!
This is no more than guesswork and speculation. Now stop your jabbering.
Objection!
No, you twisted samurai. This time, you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. Get his ass! Once Miss Tenma left the scene, Mr. Lebel, still wearing the mayor's clothes and mask, opened the Forbidden Chamber, so he could drag the mayor back out into the Fox Chamber. Oh, so the amazing Ninetails the mayor saw was... Right, it was Lebel opening the Forbidden Chamber. The second time Mr. Lebel opened the door to the Forbidden Chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Startled, Mr. Filch in his Tenmataro disguise ran as fast as he could away from the room. As he did, he left behind him a trail of feathers and tracks, and gave Miss Tenma the scare of her life in the hallway. With no one left to witness the events that had occurred, Mr. Lebel then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the Fox Chamber. I see. Well, that all certainly does make sense. Then, after dragging the mayor back into the Fox chamber, Mr. LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled the room.
Silence!
For this absurd theory to work, it requires that the defendant be the Amazing Ninetails. However, he was the one pushing for the municipal merger. That such an individual could possibly be the Amazing Ninetails is preposterous.
Objection!
The mayor was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Miss Tenma's life would have been in danger if he had openly voiced his opposition. That's why he created a secret identity as the Amazing Ninetails. Ah! This is madness. No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot. No one except a killer as insane as his plot, and I'd say Florent LaBelle more than qualifies.
Foolish mortal, it is at your own peril that you forget who I am.
Mayor Tenma, it's okay now. Jinxie will be safe just as soon as Mr. LaBelle is arrested. You are the Amazing Ninetails, aren't you? Holding it. Oh. You have quite the active imagination. Oh, he dyed his hair again. Mayor Tenma is not the Amazing Ninetails.
Objection!
What do you mean? Well, has the mayor admitted to it yet? But that's just... he was about to. And even if he did admit to such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind Tenma Taro right here and now. What?
Why, you wouldn't dare reveal the secret!
My good friend the alderman told me all about it. But it wouldn't be good to expose the truth. What with the superstitions, now would it? The truth behind Tenma Taro. What's he talking about? So go ahead, say it. I am the Amazing Ninetails. I dare you.
Objection!
Wait. Will somebody please explain what's going on here? Mayor Tenma will do anything to keep the truth behind Tenma Taro a secret. A dark, terrible truth that has been kept secret by the village superstitions. And if the mayor admits to being the Amazing Ninetails, he'll expose the truth. Right. I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up. So what now, Justice Dono? Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle. Rude. Show you who's useless. Apollo, don't you dare give up now. I know. Your Honor, I believe Mr. LaBelle's statements warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the Amazing Ninetails is the cornerstone of this case. You do have a point there. Please answer this court, Mr. LaBelle. Is the defendant the Amazing Ninetails or not? The Amazing Ninetails' true identity. I think I should probably call it, because I could feel myself dozing off. There were multiple instances where, yeah. Yeah. But thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. Wow. Yeah. Propriety dictates that I apologize for being low energy, but there's not really anything that I can do about it. I suppose I'm kinda sorry? Yeah. Yeah, just one of those nights, you know. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 I know. I should have kept going after that 10th energy drink. Yeah. Well, either way, we'll pick this up next week. Next week! Next Saturday is the first day of June! Do you know what that means? Pride! Pride! Sweet, beautiful Pride! And my birth month, but also Pride! The reminder that every month is Pride Month here in the Palace household, but June is just when we celebrate. Every month is Pride Month in this house, but June is when we party. Yes. I was considering doing a something. Yes. Commit your crimes before you become visible. The stroke of midnight. June 1st. The curse will be lifted. Well, that makes it sound like it's a poor choice of words. Anyway, you know what I mean. But yeah. Next week. More. Good. I don't know what I'm doing for my birthday this year. I mean, as far as, like, a stream. Yes. Have a good time zone, everybody. Have a wonderful time zone. I'm probably gonna go sleep. Goodbye. Thank you all for hanging out with me as always. I appreciate it a whole lot. Goodbye. I'm waving. You can't see it, but I'm waving. Goodbye.